Wrap it up.
Hello, guys. Happy Friday. Welcome. Happy Friday to you guys. Hope everyone is having a blessed and wonderful Friday so far. Um, First, let me say welcome to those in television land and for all our silent viewers. Thank you so much, as usual, for your support. Really appreciate it. And happy Friday to you all. And I can see we have some persons already waiting in the chat.
Are they hearing us clearly?
Yes, they are. The mic check was okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so we are just going to acknowledge those who are already here and waiting. So I see Lanika says blessings to you, Lanika. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. And Yuda is saying, okay, Mystic Rock and come in.
Well,
waiting.
yes,
Okay,
Yuda.
Yuda. And Ricardo is saying, I'm here waiting. Okay, Ricardo, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate that. And Ricardo is saying hello to Auntie Yuda and giving her a virtual hug. And the Dennis Way is also here saying, waiting. Thank you so much for joining us, Dennis Way. And welcome. Thank you so much. And Ricardo is saying, Lanika, blessings, and giving her a big smile. And he's also blessing up the Dennis Way and giving big smile as well. And Ricardo is saying, my boss, Byron.
Aye. Bless up, Ricardo.
And giving a fist bump and a smile and saying, Auntie Han, giving me virtual hug. Thank you so much for being here, Ricardo. Really love and appreciate you. Happy Friday to you. Hope you had a wonderful and productive week. Ricardo said, let me run the call.
Empress. Ricky, what you up to?
Let me run the call, Empress. And Yuda is saying hello to Ricardo. Hello, Yuda. Thank you so much again for being here. Really appreciate it. Happy Friday to each and every one of you again. So today's topic will be make it or die trying. So that's what Byron will be going into. But before, let me just do my usual share out and
dropping the link as well.
Yeah, and I need to drop the link. Let me just drop the link there, guys.
Yeah, dropping the link, for persons who, want to, come up and, have a dialogue,
Okay.
Yeah. This topic, we're going to definitely dissect it and try to get into the understanding of, why these youths, particularly the youths involved in crime, right? Why they think a particular way and why they are keep on reoffend. All right.
Persons coming in that I need to.
Okay, big up. All right.
So Ricky Life 365 is also in the building. Thank you so much for being here, Ricky Life. He's saying blessings, wife and hubby. Good night. Good night to you,
Ricky.
And happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining us. And Elcation is also in the building saying, giving us a high five. Thank you so much for being here. Also saying hello. Happy Friday or happy Saturday to you, depending on where you are. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the support. And guys, remember, like and share. And if you have a platform and can share us out, please do so. It will be greatly appreciated. And Yuda is saying, Ricardo, let Empress stay where she is and marinate. She need to simmer.
Exactly, Yuda.
Okay. And Yuda is saying hello to Ricardo. Yuda is saying hi, Mystic family. And Ricardo is saying I'm here at work. Okay, Ricardo, I hope work has been
Ricardo,
hectic for you.
Ricardo,
right
free people born. All right.
And Yuda is saying, blessings, Ricky, how are you? Enough love. Just make sure you're on the right. Okay.
Okay, so we're on the right
The
signal.
right signal.
All right.
And Ricardo is saying, no need. No, I need her here when Byron start act up.
Okay. Yes, to the chat and people in TV land, right? We want to discuss this topic today as it relates to make it or die trying, because no two way about that. That is actually what majority of those youths are saying, right? And I think that if we realize we are coming from 2005, which is a sad case of a fear, wherein we have this crippling crime situation spanning over 1,000 murder per year, and in actuality, right up until we speak today, it seems to have no form of, divisive crime plan or crime strategy put in place. And I think we are numb as it relates to the repeated situation and the trend that the crime statistic has been taken. We are not seeing any form of ease. Now, last week, the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, mentioned that he's trying to strategize, right, to put in certain metrics to at least for this year to see if they can reach their target in terms of, dealing with the crime plan and try to keep crime under 1,000, right, per year. Now, it's sad that we even having this conversation as it relates to over 1,000 murder, because the reality is, when you look at it, for countries in the Middle East, and I keep on repeating this, and guys, one of the reasons for me to keep on repeating it, because I want to actually be that consistent voice, right? And also see where my little portion input, right, can at least take on some listening ears. And so then when we look at the situation, right, we are not seeing any declining, right? We have gone through so many commissioner of police, we have gone through so many minister of national security, we have gone through different prime minister, and it doesn't seem like this situation, right, they are putting in the right strategy. So I have to take a look and try to have an understanding, right, of what definitely causing this. And the truth be told, there's no one situation, there's a complexity of problems that causing this. Complexity of problems as it relates to where you have our political leaders lack the will of being innovative, because one of the first persons to be blamed, right, is our political leaders, that they were known for certain political history, that they were the one who were arming the garrison, and this is no joke, right? But in our deeper political history, our politicians, right, who has to, campaign in certain, garrison communities, right, used to source the weapons for those criminals, right? And the reason why they did that is for those persons to drive fear and generate vote for them and keep them in power. So look at that, right, from our leaders, from some of our leaders, because I'm not going to generalize this. For these leaders who created those garrisons over the years, right, by sourcing guns to these hoodlums, that sort of doing create a culture, right? So we have that as a significant problem, you understand, that spilled over in this time. But it gone worse than that, because Gone are those days when the politician used to run that sort of program. But the youths now, right, because they're bred a certain way and there's a particular culture in terms of that behavior and that garrison. And within the garrison, right, we all know all sorts of things that run into the garrison. Those garrison, there's political leaders, right, committed crime, like they feel the free will. You understand? If them look over them neighbor yard and them see them neighbor daughter, and the neighbor daughter look good as according to them, you understand? Them send them gangbangers, you understand, for that young lady to come and report to them. And they feel that they can, you understand, claim that. So we were part of that culture that coming from that. But as time evolves and we grow, right, we have something creeping in the midst of that culture that was set in. So today we have that sort of political history from our politicians that helped to source our problem today and source our problem over the years. So we have that. Now we're going to move on to the next problem. The next problem is that, of course, that I had mentioned here before is definitely parental guidance, that lacking, right? And where the parents fail to have a proper upbringing of their children, right? Those children automatically get weaned and get, influenced by those gangbangers, right? Now, what we all need to look on, because I'm going to ask this question, and for Jamaicans, for us to get wise, to be prudent. I spoke before that over the umpteen of years from 1977, right, since we start to deal with our political process and voting and so forth, what we have seen happen is it is always the poorer class of community. Just check it, guys. The poorer class of communities, the poorer communities that always represent the strongest voting bloc for those politicians. And guess what? The poorer class community that are considered to be the strongest voting bloc for those politicians have been least represented.
Yeah.
So there you go, as it relates to representational politics. The sort of representational politics that will help the community, you understand, strive for the better success, right? Goes to a politician who is innovative, a politician who is having the capacity, having the know-how to strategize, a politician who has the goodwill and good measure, you understand, and can deal with the critical thinking skill, you understand, to take a community and to take an impoverished community and spin it around. So there you go. So we have a situation where we are not getting the sort of representation from our politicians. Reason, look in all the garrison communities. When we look in all the garrison communities, like the Riverton, right? How does Riverton spend out as it relates to other communities that, middle class communities and gated communities, right? Riverton City still struggle, you understand, with an impoverished life. When I look on the Mountain View areas, the ghetto of Mountain View areas, right? Those areas struggle with the impoverished life. If you come to St. James and you look into the Canterbury region, those areas struggled with impoverished life. Remember now, from 1977 until now, and when we look back, what have been done for the strongest voting bloc for both PNP and GLP? The only thing that have been done is that those people are not being represented. No proper infrastructures in those communities. And look, we have our NHT, National Housing Trust, right? And for most of the people who voted for politicians, for most of them who voted for politicians, and most of them who live in those areas cannot afford an NHT home. So then when you look at it, for all the years, the strongest voting bloc for both PNP and GLP, they are not able to live in a decent community. They still struggle by still being in that impoverished community. Nothing being done, no infrastructures, right? Nothing being done. Now, let us shift a bit and talk about a general representation. Now, when we talk about our educational system, right, for persons to achieve, right, a tertiary level education, we all know how expensive that is for those persons to achieve tertiary level education. So when you look at tertiary level education, let us go back again to the strongest voting bloc of the People's National Party and the Jamaican Labour Party. How much of those persons can afford to pay for tertiary education? And this is what I'm talking about. We are now finding the true fact of the representational politics. And that what is happening here now as it relates to crime situation is a callous failure from our politicians. So they are not going to just now blame everything on the ghetto youths and talk, all right, ghetto youths are doing crime. It is our politicians who lack the innovation. Our politicians who are not fighting on behalf of our welfare. Our politicians who are not making decisions to bring down the cost of education. So now let me shift from education and let us venture, right, in our ordinary, you understand, healthcare, and see how much, again, our strongest voting bloc for Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, how much that they are getting affordable healthcare. You and I know that healthcare is totally absent from these people. Yep. So then when you look at it and you put it under the microscope, my people, you wonder, what sort of hatred our politicians have for the strongest voting bloc of people who always rally around them, who always make sure that they keep their seat, who also make sure that they keep them in parliament. And where is the representation for that? Right? The strongest voting bloc of people, right, cannot afford education. The strongest voting bloc of people, right, cannot get good health care, right? No, the strongest voting bloc of both JLP and PNP are not being represented any at all. Now, look at what our politician does to our strong and voting bloc. And I want to just bring this awareness. If you look and see our electoral process and how it works, don't you see that the PSOJ of Jamaica, the private sector of Jamaica, are the ones who, right, are backing these politicians with the big bucks? That is the first corruption, right? The government of Jamaica, right, and their political heads, right, should not be backed, right, by the private sector of Jamaica. One of the reasons why they should not be backed by the private sector of Jamaica, because when they have been backed with those political kickbacks, when they go into power, they are going to represent them in power, not the strongest voting bloc who had voted for them. So I want you to make sure and be aware of this. Just imagine, when you look on a Canterbury vote, when you look on a Tivoli vote, you can always and almost guarantee that a Tivoli seat is going to swing for JLP. You can almost certain that a Tivoli seat is going to swing for JLP. You can almost certain that certain PNP stronghold areas are going to swing for PNP, regardless whether they have been represented, yes or no. So my people, what are we doing? What are we voting for? Why are we being diverted? Why we continue to make the same mistakes judging from 1977 until now? Why are we self-inflicting wounds on ourselves? It is time, Jamaica, for a new way out. Because what people need to understand, and let me give you some history. Jamaica Labour Party was formed by Alexander Bustamante. The People's National Party was formed by Norman Manley. And let me tell you where I'm coming from and why people need to be aware of this history. Norman Manley and Alexander Bustamante are two first cousins. They are two first cousins. Alexander Bustamante, right, who formed the Jamaica Labour Party, and Norman Manley, who formed the People's National Party, are two first cousins. Now, this family history has done nothing good for us over the years, and as it relates to what we are dealing with, a crime monster that has been crippling to us. So we have this family that we continue to vote into power, divided by the two Jamaica Labour Party. Room for rents apply within. When you run out, I will run in. My people, the policies are similar. Both of them have not been representing the strongest voting blocks that always make them prevail. They are not. Who they are representing of Jamaica, let me say it, is the private sector of Jamaica. Right? Now, the reason for that, if you notice, the very same strongest voting bloc who are working, you understand, in many institutions, right? The government hand wedged tight as it relates to wage freeze, right? The Jamaican government make move, you understand, in crippling a committee that would defend the people. And so they directed and organized and destroyed the unions of Jamaica. So there's no union that represent the people of Jamaica as it relating to our working industry. You are left alone, you understand, to face the monstrous PSOJ, right, who are taking full liberty. You have institutions who collecting tax from their workers and not paying over the taxes. True. So when you reach that age of retirement, you are going to face with, government has nothing for you. People, we need to be wiser, right? That situation that I spoke of in terms of institutions who are collecting from the poor and needy Jamaicans, right, taxes, and not paying over their taxes to the Jamaican government. Let me ask, what is going to happen to those people when they reach the age of retirement? Jamaica, let me tell you something. If you think we are in problem, we are also sitting on time bomb that is going to be devastating to us. Politicians, I am pleading to you, stop take big bucks from private sector of Jamaica, right, back in your election. right, and deny your strongest voting bloc? How could it be that your strongest voting bloc in your country, what that continue to make you prevail in office for 10, 15 years, when you get into office, you turn your back on them? Why have you created a system of vampirism that's sucking the blood of the people? Now, PNP, you dare not pointing your fingers on GLP. And GLP, you dare not point your fingers on PNP because you are both a yellow snake. You are both cannibalizing our Jamaican people. You're both sucking the blood of Jamaican people. And as if we are a joke, that we have seen our crime situation escalating, and we see a prime minister, right, who for some reason bodying up the Minister of National Security, and regardless of plain lack of performance, still refuse to dismiss him. Because you know why? The body system, right? Even in plain sight, when there is no performance, there is no strategy in place. It is the gross hypocrisy of both GLP or PNP that when one is not in power, like the PNP who is not in power, finding all the faults of the Jamaican Labour Party, right? Speaking all of what can be done. And when they get the reign of power, what they do? Likewise, what the GLP is doing. So, vice versa. Okay. To continue to swap the dog for the monkey. So then, nothing has been done with the strongest voting bloc of our Jamaican society. Remember, I don't touch where we have these youths who decided that overall, I am a left out. I am somebody who abandoned. In the ghetto, I cannot afford education. I represent where I live. My identity cause a spoil for me as it relates to where I live. Where I live can be a process of me getting a job. Where I live, I can be defined by the history of that place. Unfair, which is true. Not getting the representational politics, the marginalization, the discrimination. But yet, these people are your strongest voting bloc. Yeah. Now, people, look what is going to happen. And look how we are continuing to be the fool that we have been. Now, when the coming election come in, we are going to see them on the campaign. And they should have been ashamed. But guess what? Remember, Dracula and vampires are just looking for the next victim to suck their blood. They have no shame. They will come out and they will articulate their speech. They will come out and backed by the private sector of Jamaica because they are the ones that they are representing. They are the ones that we are representing. We have seen so many cronyism. We have seen so many skullduggery, and who have been supported by the skullduggery, right? The rich, few, and the elites who have been protected, right? So what happened? There is no form of innovation, right? To make a people, right, can able to afford education. Because remember, their strategy, their objective is straight and point. The masses that you can keep ignorant is the better for them to stay in power. The day that they make the masses becomes brilliant, becomes prudent, then the masses can decipher their status. The masses now will decide that, okay, when you said you are going to do something, explain it. Right? What we have now are persons who don't have the impetus will, right? I'm sorry, my people, but it's a fact, right? And that's why one of the reasons what we have overwhelmingly are more dilated people in politics than being patriotic. They know nothing about patriotism, right? Because patriotism is going to heal for decipherment. It is going to heal, you understand, to ask intelligent questions, right? And of course, you will make certain decision, right? Once you have the intellectual capacity to do so. So then, for not doing that and to keep you in slavery, let me just quote this. Let me just quote this from our songwriter and international artist, and in my view, a hero. Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves shall free our mind. People, what this political family has done as it relates to Alexander Bustamante, Norman Manley, right, is that we have come out of an era where the chains and shackles free from our foot and hands and now replace on our mental cranium. Let us read into the chat and come back for enough more blessings.
Chat has been busy. Okay, guys, so before I go fully into the chat, I just want to say, Ricky Live, thank you so much for that super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let me just see where I left off. I'm gonna try and go through it quickly.
Sorry to make it run like that. You know, when I get started, I started.
Yep. So Yuda is saying, blessings, Ricky, how are you? Enough love. And Ricardo is saying, no, I need her here when Byron starts up. Okay, I think I mean that's for Empress. Yes. And Ricardo is saying his shift ends at 8 p.m. and he's giggly and looking. And Ricky is saying, sure, Yuda laugh out loud. So he's finding something there. And Empress is saying, Yuda, you too, and looking. And did I miss? No. And Empress is saying, no worries, Ricky, a day. And Yuda is saying, Ricky, well, my shift starts at 8. So Ricky ends at 8 and Yuda starts at 8. So and Ricky is saying, doing well, Yuda, how are you? And Ricardo is saying, good. And I was saying, welcome to Empress, happy Friday, and showing her some virtual hugs. And Ricardo is saying, don't worry until you got this. I'm sending some strength to her. And Yuda is saying, hi, Empress, how you doing, honey? And Empress is saying, good night, Heart and family.
Bless up, Empress.
Guys, happy Friday to you both. Still praying for you guys for recovery. Thank you so much, Empress. Really appreciate that. And Ricky is saying, Ricardo, big up. Empress is saying, see you now, Yuda. And Ricardo is saying, blessings to Ricky and showing strength. And Ricky is saying, night, Empress. And Empress is saying, good night, Ricky. And Yuda is saying, I'm here, Ricky, trying to get my mind right to start driving to work. Don't want to go, but I have to first. I have never... First, I have ever not wanted to go to work. Or you'll get through it, Yuda. And Ricky is saying, good night, Empress. What a pre. And Empress is saying, Ricardo, walk on, bro. And Yuda is saying, you good, Empress, and showing her virtual love. And Ricardo is saying, laugh out loud, hush you there, I know the feelings. Yes, we've all been there. And Empress is saying, there, Ricky, you good? And Empress is saying, I hope Byron now call up my name over here.
No, Empress, I'm not doing that.
And Ricardo is saying, the end of Empress waiting on 8 p.m. to stop work. And Empress is saying, I'm good, Yuda, you. And Empress is saying, it soon come, man. And Yuda is saying, thanks, Ricky, pray my strength. And Ricky saying, alive and well, Empress. And Ricardo is saying, if him call your name Empress, me will light the candles then. And Ricky said, will do, Yuda. And Empress is saying, talk to Ricky, mind they are ready and waiting with the lighter and the parchment paper.
Yes.
They must set up fear bar because King not there yet, so you know jump on tonight. And Ricardo is saying, same so. And Ricardo is saying hello tonight, but he's saying not tonight, but. And Yuda is saying, and Byron, so happy you guys are well again. God is good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yuda. Really appreciate that.
And Selvin's Kitchen is in the building saying hello.
Big
Hello,
up yourself, Selvin.
Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate the support and happy Friday. And Ricardo is blessing up Selvin. Empress is also welcoming Selvin. And Yuda is saying, Ricardo, I'm if to tell you about tonight, but it so start with me love. Oh Lord. And Sydney Johnson and families in the building saying happy
Bless
Friday.
Bless yourself, Sydney.
Mystic and everyone in the chat. Happy Friday, Sydney. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Welcome. And I was thanking Yuda and saying, yes, God is good all the time. And Yuda is saying, Sydney, how are you, dear? And I was welcoming Selvin. And Yuda is saying, see you all later when I get to work. I was welcoming Sydney there. And Sydney is saying, I'm hanging in there, Yuda, thanks. And I was saying, okay, Yuda, stay safe on the road. And Yuda is saying, like up the live stream, guys, share out if you can. Host will appreciate it. Thank you so much for that, Yuda. And Ricky is saying hi to Sydney. And Yuda is saying, thank you, and I will. That means stay safe on the road. And Ricardo is saying, Auntie Yuda night, but under manners, man, so he might behave himself.
Yes.
And Sydney is saying, happy Friday, Ricky. And Ricardo is saying, Sydney blessings. And I was reminding them about the traffic. And Ricky is saying, happy Friday, Sydney. And Empress is saying, in traffic right now. Okay, thank you so much for that, Empress. Really appreciate it. And she is dancing. Apparently she has a song. There's a song out here. And I was saying, telling them to voice their opinions regarding the topic.
Yeah.
And Ricardo is saying, one thing with Byron, he might go come with some good topics to talk about, you know.
Yeah. Thank you, Ricky.
And Sudani is saying, Empress, happy Friday. And Hey Jam Dan TV's in the building.
Bless up yourself, Hey Jam Dan. Big up yourself.
For being here, saying good night, Mystic Sensation and viewers. Thank you so much, John Dan. Really appreciate it. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're having a good start to your weekend and you had a wonderful and productive week. And Ricky said, Ricky gave a super shout and said, talk the words, boss.
All right, yes, Ricky.
Talk the words, bro. Sorry. And Empress is saying, happy Friday to Sydney. And Ricardo is showing money. And Jamdan corrected that. And I was welcoming Jamdan. And Empress was saying hello to Jamdan. And Ricardo was commenting on what you were saying, saying die-hearted culture. Yes, that's how they are with the politics.
Yeah.
More die-hearted than patriotic. And I was thanking Ricky for the super chat. And Ricky is giving a thumbs up saying you're welcome. And Miss Monica is in the building.
Miss Monica.
Thumbs up, nice to see you.
Yeah, man, I want to send enough blessings for the prayers. I really we have really appreciated Miss Monica. Right, we love you so much. Right, and you know, yeah, we recognize that. We recognize the love, Miss Monica. Thank you so much.
Yes, guys, Miss Monica was checking up on
us
when we were sick.
Miss Monica is more than a blessing.
Prayers for us, and we really appreciate her for that. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and may God continue to bless and keep you and family. And Sudani said, bless up, Ricky. Thank you for that super chat. And Ricardo is saying, blessings, Miss Monica. And Miss Monica is saying, to the chat, good evening. And I was welcoming Miss Monica. And Ricardo is saying, Miss Monica, blessings. And Miss Monica was saying, you're right, Byron, that is endorsing what you were saying. And Ricardo is saying when one set run, the next set run in. So it's talking about this.
Exactly. The room for rent supply within politics.
And Miss Monica is saying, Sidani bless you. And Jamdan is saying hello to Empress. And Miss Monica is saying, Ricky bless you. Sidani is saying happy Friday, Miss Monica. And Miss Monica is saying you too, Sidani. Miss Monica is saying phone charging host. Okay. And she's saying scammers. Yeah. So she's referring to what you were saying regarding the private sector organization. So Bling of Bling son is in the building saying, "There, me there. Welcome. Bling, enough love to you. Thank you so much for being here." And he's saying, "Thank God it's Friday."
Right.
Yes. And I was saying regarding what Byron highlighted regarding not paying over the taxes that they're supposed to pay to government, and I was saying so true.
Exactly.
Happened to my sister with her NHT contribution. When she was ready for it, she was told that none was paid over for her, and that was over a period of years. And when she was ready to capitalize on it, she was told that there was no contributions for her, yet it was being taken out.
Right? These are issues that we have to address.
And Empress is saying, I tried to charge my device also. Okay, no, Empress, no problem. Thank you for still being around. And I was welcoming Bling, and Ricardo said, neither of the parties are good. They're all corrupted, right?
Exactly.
Here, so,
exactly.
So true. And Ricardo is saying, top truth. And the Dennis Way is in the building saying, hello.
Bless up for me, Dennis Way.
Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. And happy Friday. And she's saying hello to everyone in the chat. And James is also here. James Gippe is saying thumbs up. Thank you so much for that thumbs up. Really appreciate it. And happy Friday to you. And I was welcoming Dennis Way. And she's saying that's true.
True, yeah.
So, and she's saying so true. So she's endorsing what you were saying. And I was just saying welcome to James and thanks for the thumbs up. And Ricardo is saying classism at its best.
Yes,
so true. So true. And Ricardo is saying, talk the truth now. And Sidani is saying, hey, Ricardo, happy Friday. Dennis Way is saying hello to Sidani. Sidani is saying happy Friday to the Dennis Way. Ricardo is saying night Dennis Way. And Richie Rich Kitchen is in the building.
Richie Rich.
Saying blessings, host and chat. Blessings to you, Richie Rich. Happy Friday. And thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate the support. So guys, remember to share us out if you can. It'll be greatly appreciated, and like up the live as you come in. And Ricardo is saying, don't call King name and let him hear and come. And Richie is saying, Ricky, blessings, bro. And Life with Susan and Kids is in the building saying good night, guys.
Bless up, Susan.
Welcome, thank you so much, and happy Friday to you. And she's saying, Richie Rich, big up. And Ricardo is saying, welcome everyone who has joined us. Please remember to give the live a thumbs up. Thank you so much for that reminder, Ricardo. Really appreciate. And Richie is showing Suzanne some love. And Suzanne is saying, Dennis, how the baby is doing. And Sidani is saying, happy Friday, Richie. And Richie is saying, Sidani, blessings. And Jamfet is in the building saying,
bless up,
family. Glad to have you back. Thank you so much, Jamfet. Really appreciate you being here. Happy Saturday to you, and welcome.
Drop the link. Jamfet said the link down there.
The link is pinned, Jamfet, or for anyone who wants to join us, the link is pinned. And Sidani is saying, happy Friday, Susan. And oh, Jesus. Jamfet is saying, the bad man people them there. I'm going to get involved in that, but I'm going to call the name. And Richie said, Jamfet, blessings, bro. And Susan is saying hi to Jamfet. And Jamfet is blessing up Richie Rich. And he's also bigging up Suzanne, saying hello to Sidani. And Mia is in the building saying, hey, good night, host, and everyone in the chat. Good night, Mia. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Happy Friday or happy Saturday to you. And naturally, Tammy is also in the building saying hello, Anna and Byron. Hello, Tammy. Thank you so much. Happy Friday. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the support. And she's saying hello to everyone. And Susan is saying, Tammy with the good hair.
Okay.
And Tammy is saying, Jamfet, hello, almost there. And Jamfet is saying greetings to Tammy. Tammy is sending hello to Susan, and Richie is greeting Tammy, and Tammy is greeting Richie, saying inside. And Jamfet is saying tribalism has really hurt the country. Brother B, yes.
So true, Jamfet.
And Tammy is saying Sudan blessings. Jamfet is saying Tiffin Ricardo. And Sudan is saying Jamfet happy Friday. And Jamfet is saying, hey, me, I hope you are well. And we are caught up.
Okay.
So floor is yours again.
All right. Thank you for that, Tony. All right. So here we are, right, discussing, right, make it or die trying. Because this is the mindset of our current
generation
criminals that we have. And, you know, it's somewhat sad, you know, as it relates to how I am defining them, right? Because their situation exists as a result of the failure of our politician. But nevertheless, I still have to define them as criminals because of their actions, right? So when we get into the psychosis, right, of these criminals and what they are saying as it relates to make it or dying trying, we can see, right, that sort of, you know, definition playing out, right, with our nowadays criminals and our crime statistics, because we have seen that the police have said so many examples, right? I mean, we have seen so many number 3 by the police, right? But still yet, it has not, right, turned them or changed their behavior. And one of the reasons for that, because there are several reasons, but one of the primary reasons is when a youth from one of these ghettos that I'm talking about, Garrison area, who because of his mere circumstances, that his existence being in the ghetto, make his life a common failure. And for persons who are living in this circumstance, has to try very hard, number 1, to alleviate poverty. So one has to excel, right, greatly for persons who are coming from these areas, because they are fighting the pangs of poverty. Now, look at what these youth face. So I'm going to define 2 youths here. A youth that is innocent and not involved in crime, and a youth that absorbed in crime because of his circumstances. Now, a youth in the ghetto, these 2 youths who come out of the ghetto, right? One who decided that I am going to study hard, and I'm just going to show you a scenario how difficult it is for this guy who decided that he's not going to make his hands bloody. And he decided that I am going to do the right thing. I am going to study so hard. So this is the guy, right? What he faces with? He faces with an education cost that is so expensive.
Yeah, he's rich.
So then now, even if he is performing at his best, and this is how vicious the situation is, this youth is performing at his best, has the ability, has the capacity, you understand, to excel, you understand, to reach, you understand, within greatness and be what he wants to be. Fundamentally, he has certain issues. And the first one is the finances. So then, because his parents is poor, he may finish high school, because this represents So many of our youths, he may finish high school with 6, 7, 8 subjects. So then, where does he turn from there? Because the parents who are in poverty struggled, right, for him to go through high school. But now, this guy is talented. This guy is brilliant. How do we take this guy to the tertiary status? Mommy and daddy don't have it. Mommy and daddy certainly don't have it. That becomes a factor to him, right? Because he doesn't born with that sort of bread and spoon that, you understand, as opposed to a cherry gardens and where his parents can afford it and can assist him through tertiary education, right? Guess what? He has to now look a job. So then, the goal side that he's supposed to have in terms of pursuing his education, he cannot get it because of the financial blockers, the first obstacle. So he has to go out there and try get a work, hustle and bustle, hustle and bustle. Now, the work that he's going to get, right? Most of those jobs are not high-paying jobs. And him within that system is going to suffer more than 15 years to save a penny. So you had those 15 years and that young man hears. And that he knows what he can save because wage freeze stand up in our face. Not only wage freeze stand up in our face. Inflation stand up in our face. Right? Cost of living is way up the south. The country is not producing that much to generate as much foreign currency that needed. And so then it trickle down effect that affects him. Now, this is a youth that decide that I am going to stay away from crime. You see how difficult it is for him. What I want to show you, people, I want to show you that the system for youths who are weak becomes vulnerable. And it now appears as if the system itself is now sourcing these criminals because of the obstacles that they have to face. Right? The obstacles that they have to face. Right? Now, let us talk about a youth who are not educated as the one that I described before. Right? Has no skills. Right? And not academically equipped. No, people. A lot of these youths are who we are facing right now. You understand? Who are crime producers. And when you look into the penal system, a lot of these youths are within the penal system. And they are repeat offenders within the penal system. So, with these youths who have no education like the one that I described, who has no skills, has no talent, right? But at the same time, them have girlfriend and them get children and so forth and so forth, right? Lacking the ability to sustain even their family, right? For them, they resort to the animal instinct because them said to themselves, say, they have to survive, right? And so then, of course, they are going to hunt, and if it is possible, kill and eat. These are the youths who are saying, make it or die shrine. It's sad to know that their circumstances and their reality really exist as a result of our political failures. Don't tell me about that. They exist as a result of our politicians lacking the innovation. We have seen most of our resources, right, being taken over, being divested, right, because politicians lack the will to manage it effectively. And the only thing that they are doing is to collect the tax. So this is a situation that I want to point it out. When you have one of these youth now becomes a criminal and him go there, you understand, and him doing robbery and doing whatever I'm doing and so forth. The situation rather worse when we have members of parliament misappropriating funds. And when they touch the money, they are taking millions of dollars, doing more damage than any ordinary criminals have done. Their impact on the nation is more devastating. So in the Ministry of Education, when the education system, just imagine how cruel this is, that within our education system, we hardly have the adequate tools to offer, to pep up, you understand, our generation. But you have someone who go inside the cookie jar, and the little that we have, a big hand just go in there and just wipe it out. And after wiping it out, he's backed and defended by the skullduggery. Back and defended by cronyism. Goes back to know, how have we been represented by our political leaders who defending criminal like this? Right? A poor guy go out there and he may rob Mr. Shin a few million, right? He's going to be hunted down and he's going to be number 3. So then if he's going to be hunted down and he's going to be number 3, let me ask the question. What is going to happen to our political monsters who are robbing more money than him? What is going to happen to our political monsters? Right? Who still find ways and means through political kickbacks to damage our society. Right? And so then we leave the monster in high places that creating much more damage to our society. And all focus on the ghetto youth. I am not defending any criminals. That would be the last thing that I would have done. But I am looking on the scale of our balance when it comes to justice. And when you look at the scale of balance, are we seeing the justice? So when a youth who understand that him who is in the ghetto, being deprived of education as a result of education being out of his affordability, And yet, the little what is there still being maligned by our political leaders who are highly educated, right? Who are tertiary prepared, right? And you take that whip and you're whipping, right, the poor and needy. You tell me if that is not Draculism, if that is not vampirism. You tell me what sort of chance the poor people have. What sort of chance that you are giving your strongest voting bloc in your society? The people who vote for you most of the times. The people who hand the bus, hand the bandwagon. The people who jelly for you. The people who wear you insignia. You people who fight for you, who tribalize for you. But yet, when you put there to represent them, you turn your back on the strongest, on your strongest voting bloc. And who you represent? You're representing PSOJ. Right? You're representing PSOJ. Are you protecting the people from JPS, Jamaica Public Service? What sort of protection are you giving the people? But yet you claim that you're in a space of free market economy. What does that even mean, though, when you define that? For within the free market space, competition, you understand, should be utilized in such a way to drive down cost and improve for value. Then if you're operating a free market economy, as you so speak, then why JPS monopolizing the market? Why JPS monopolizing the market? So it's clear in terms of what I am saying then, that the political kickbacks that you're getting from these institutions, these are the institutions that you have defended over the years, as opposed to your strongest voting bloc. Are you defending them from JPS high cost? And when JPS set their price, no one debates it. No one debates it. Right? And so you expose them to the vampire for their blood to be sucked. Right? So then if you freeze, no, you tell me the sense in this. Because if you, the government, have these wage freezes throughout many institutions because of your political kickbacks that you are getting from them, you have no defender for those people because you have killed the unions. So there's nobody who can defend them. And you expose them to the monsters, PSOJ. You expose them to them. So then, who are going to defend these people? They are not getting a salary increase. They are not getting a pay increase for years. But meanwhile, they are experiencing wage freeze. Inflation is going on a weekly basis. What is the protective net for your strongest voting bloc? I find it impossible that someone who loved you and support you for years, from 1977, that the only thing that you have done is cannibalizing them. Because that's exactly what both parties have done. Cannibalizing the people. Who are defending the people? Show us how you are defending the people. Right? Healthcare is out of their reach. Education is out of their reach. Right? Good infrastructures are out of their reach.
Yeah.
Right? Our dollars have been devaluating on a weekly basis. Right? Tell me, how are you, Mr. Politician, representing us? And so then when the youths decided that it's make it or die trying under a system that you political leaders created over the years. You are the owner of this crime monster. You are the owner of this crime monster. You have influence in the past, right? Community dons to hold on a community for you and triggered fear in those people to vote for you, to keep you in power. You have given them guns and you have supported the killings. You have supported it over the years. This is your baby that you are carrying. You are pregnant with this baby from 1977 and yet you can't deliver it. Right? So when you look at that, we see that our politicians, they have embarrassed us. They have disgraced us. Right? And even now, we have Tutu Fenke in the political process. Don't know their right hand from their left hand. Right? They have no crime plan in reducing crime. Because guess what? You are up against youths who are going to die trying. And they don't care. So we could preach like a Paul. We could put them into the news and try to embarrass them. They don't care. What they are saying to you
The system is set against
is that the system sets against us. And the only way that we are going to deal with it is coming back at the system. If you chase a cat and you back that cat into a corner, what do you think that cat is going to do? What do you think the cat is going to do? The cat will spring right back at you.
Defend yourself.
Because you only force him to defend himself. Jamaican politicians are now forcing these youths. I don't want no one to say, oh, Byron is, I'm encouraging. I'm not encouraging nothing. But I'm speaking the truth. Right? How many persons can really afford certain medicine as it relates to healthcare? It's so expensive, they can't. How many persons in the poor community can afford an NHT home? You tell me how are you representing them? Right? Tell me how are you representing them? Right? You tell me. How can you stop certain wage freeze? Can you now equate persons paying salary as it relates to the current inflation? You can't do it. So how are you representing us? How are you representing us? Right? Just imagine, if you can't pay your police who are fighting crime for you, right?
I want to pay them.
What do you think that is going to happen? The security force, who's supposed to be that source of blanket of protection, that you are dealing with them the way you are dealing with them. What do you think is going to happen? And yet, your salary is okay.
Of course.
Right? Your salary is okay. You have all sorts of benefits, most of you politicians. Right? You have benefits for your gardener. Right? You have benefits for everything in an economy that is stifled. But you're still digging. You're still digging.
And right now we're paying what, 3 prime ministers full salary?
Right? Just look at it. And you are expecting that, okay, crime is going to reduce. Tell me how you want to reduce crime. You have to reduce crime because you are the one who caused crime. Right? You have to reduce crime because you are the one who sourced the crime. Right? So you are not going to be distracted even in what the youths are doing. The mayhem that they are creating. You politicians, the responsibility is at your feet. Right? You have politicians right now as I speak in Parliament giving out contracts to their wives, their brothers and sisters, and then persons who really need to get that contract, they don't get it. So then when you look at that nepotism, right, you want us to focus on these criminals while you are there doing more damage than these criminals. Let us perform a matrix right now as it relates to who, whether it is the criminal in the ghetto or the politicians that are causing more significant damage to the society. Let us do a matrix on that. I am not going to be surprised of the result. Because trust me, the result is that you politicians doing more harm than them. Yes, I'm not going to mince my words in what I'm saying, because you politicians are creating more negative impact in our current society than those ordinary criminals out there. Some of you should be in prison. Yeah. Right? Because of what you are doing. You are creating more mayhem than them. Some of the guns that are coming into the country, high-tech weaponry that is coming into the country. Are you telling me that poor people cannot afford those weapons? Huh? The very monster that you built, created. You created it. And so then you have to find ways and means. Right? But guess what? I know for sure that some of you in Parliament don't want it to stop because it pays. Crime pays for some of you, and we need to speak the truth. It pays when a community then can lock off an area, and the community then can make sure that the persons within that constituency vote PNP or GLP. And you sit back there and know say, the community get done involved in all sorts of wrongdoing, but that is the way how you pay him to keep you in Parliament. That's the truth. So you choose not to do anything about the crime. You know the wrongdoers. Yes, you know the wrongdoers. Jamaica is only 4,411 square miles. How far can they run? How far can they hide? Right? But don't create the smoke over our eyes and put a veil. Right? You take them out selectively. That's what you do, Mr. Politician. You take them out selectively. Right? Your way of fighting crime, right? Your methods of fighting crime are selective methods. right? You touch some, but you don't touch some. And the reason why you don't touch some, because you can't touch that, because the man then ensures, well, you're good for the next electoral process, the next voting process. Election run, yeah, you vote all right. You're good, you keep your seat. You understand? And they done good. You understand as so. Politicians are going to dance funerals. Why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? They do that for the obvious reason. Come on, people. Right? The body system. They are friends. They are partners in crime. Yes, they are. So at the end of the day, don't have our society to put all the blames on these nowadays criminals. We are not going to be distracted, right, by your poor performance in the political process. We are not going to be distracted, right, by you who initiate all of this. We know that you are the source of this, and we know that you need to fix it. Let us go back into the chat and hear that.
Okay. So for those of you who are just joining us, welcome to everyone, and happy Friday. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the continued support. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week. Just gonna continue with the chat. So Jaden West is in the building saying good night, Jaden, and thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate you being here. I was welcoming Jaden saying happy Friday, and Jaden is saying happy Friday to you too. Thank you, and saying thumbs up done. And I was thanking Jaden again for being here, and Sidonie's blessing up Jaden. And Jaden is saying happy Friday to Sidonie. And Sidonie saying thank you, Jaden. And Lanika's Corner is in the building saying good night, everyone. Good night, Lanika. Thank you so much again for being here. Really appreciate the support. Happy Friday to you as well. She's saying blessings. And Tutorial King is in the building.
Blessings, Tutorial.
Guys, much love to you too, Tutorial. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it, and I was welcoming Anika. Anika said good vibes, not as much as the previous. And I was saying hello to Tutorial, and Tutorial saying hope you and Byron are doing much better.
Yes, thank you for that, Tutorial. We are doing much better.
Doing much better. Thanks for asking. And Lanika is saying Tutorial blessings, and Tutorial is saying good vibes. Here, Tutorial is saying good vibes.
You need some ice?
Yeah, it's flat. And Nika is saying happy you are doing better. Okay, thank you for that, Nika. Really appreciate that. Turley said Nika, much love and blessings. And Nika is saying good vibes. And Teacher P is in the building. Thank you so much for being here, Teacher P. Happy Friday to you. Saying hello, Mystic Sensation, and everyone in the chat. And Teacher is saying, I'm in ads. Thank you so much for that. And I know you're out of ads now, but thank you so much for enduring the ads coming in. And Jamfet is saying hi to Teacher P. And Teacher P is blessing up Nika. And Nika is saying hello to Teacher P. And Teacher P is saying hello to Tutorial. And Teacher P is also saying hello to Jamfet. And Nika is saying blessings, Teacher P, and was saying blessings to Teacher P, and happy Friday, and Teacher P is blessing up Sidonie, and Lanika is blessing up Jamfet, and I was saying thanks for her being in ads, and Teacher P saying thank you, Mystic, and happy Friday to you too. Thank you so much again, Teacher P, and Nika is saying good vibes, and Teacher P is blessing up Jaden. And Teacher P is also saying hello to Tammy and Tara J. Dialogues. Tara J's Blogs and Dialogues is in the building saying blessings to everyone. Blessings to you, Tara. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Friday. And Nika is saying blessings, Tara. And I was saying, Tara, blessings, welcome, happy Friday. And Teacher P is saying hello. Blessings to Tara. Oops, push this back. Blessings to Tara, and Teacher P saying I'm in now. Yes, thank you so much. And I was thanking her again. And Teacher P saying, how are you doing, Mystic Sensation? And Teacher P saying, you're welcome. And Carlos Kitchen CC's in the building saying,
Bless
hello,
yourself.
Mystic. Good night. Good night, Carla. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Friday to you. Really appreciate the support. And I was saying, doing much better, Teacher P. Thanks for asking. And Carla is saying hello to the chat. And Chilling with Ali and Melly's in the building. Thank you so much for being here, Chilling. Happy Friday to you. Really appreciate the support. And Teacher P saying, I'm so happy to hear that, Mystic. And I'm saying, welcome, Carla. Happy Friday. And Teacher P saying, blessings to Carla. Teacher P is also blessing up Chilling. And I was welcoming Chilling. And Teacher P saying, thanks. And Chilling is saying, happy Friday to you too, Mystic. Hope you guys are feeling better. Yes, thank you so much. We are feeling much better than last week. Not fully there yet, but much better. And Carla is saying, hello, Teacher P, how are you there? And Tiffany is saying, good night, everyone. Good night, Tiffany. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Friday to you. And Carla is saying, same to you, Mystic. And I was responding to Chilling's question there, saying you're feeling better. And Teacher P saying, I'm doing fine, hon. Thanks for asking. How are you doing, Carla? And Tiffany saying, my internet is acting up. Oh, no, sorry about that, Tiffany. And Chilling is saying, okay, Mystic, glad to hear. And I was blessing up Tiffany saying, happy Friday. Teacher P saying hi to Tiffany. Ricardo is blessing up Teacher P. Carla is saying hey to Tiffany. And Teacher P is blessing up Ricardo. And Tiffany is saying hello to Teacher P. Ricardo is giving Tiffany a hug. Tiffany is saying Ricardo and giving him a hug. And Life with Susan is saying hi to Chilling. Thank you so much for still being here, Susan. I really appreciate that. And Empress is saying hey, Tiff. And Teacher P is saying hey to Susan. Teacher P is also saying hi to Empress. And Ricardo is saying, Empress, such man reach yet. And Susan is saying, Carla's kitchen up. And Carla is saying, glad to hear you're doing okay, P. I'm a bit tired though. Okay. Sorry about that. Carla will get some rest soon. And Ricardo is saying, Jesus, Father, him there. And Empress is saying, hey, Teacher P. And Tiffany is saying, Ricardo, make sure you win 2 rounds and send 1 for me because Wednesday coming is my birthday and my internet only loaded now, so I don't stand a chance. So your internet acting up. Happy pre-birthday to you, Tiffany. Hope you have a blessed and wonderful day when it comes on Wednesday. And Susan is saying Nika Han, and Carla is saying Susan up, and Susan is saying Teacher P. Tiffany is showing Empress some virtual love, and Teacher P saying sorry to hear that. Try to get some rest, Carla. And but Empress is saying who, Rick? Oh, she's asking who there. And Ricardo is saying, Tiff, I'll try. And Ricardo is saying, the one there. And Chilling is saying, Susan, blessings. And Tiffany is saying, tutorial, I don't have any house chores you want to do. You need to give us a break. Just come like the video, take part in the discussion, and leave the games alone. And Ricardo said, but my jump fit there.
What's that jump fit? Jump fit now, pay my mind.
Tiffany is showing Prissy some love, and Empress is saying, okay, okay, TK, Ricky, laugh out loud. And Ricky is saying, yes. Oh, Tutorial King Shimino, she said, TK, she now called on him. And Carla is saying hi to Jamfet. Tutorial is saying, I'm back. Welcome back, Tutorial. Thank you. And Empress is saying, Jamfet there? Yes. And Tiffany is saying, Ricardo, remember, and always behind with the chat. So Jamfet was or still here. And Ricardo is saying, laugh out loud, Tiff. And Shilling is saying, hey, Teacher P, I'm doing some washing. Sorry for the late reply, Teacher P. Okay, Shilling, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. And Tutorial is saying, hey to Tiffany. And Tutorial is saying, sup, Ricardo. And Ricardo is saying, well, Jam Fit Day. When Jam Fit Day, at them time, the Byron start act up. You know? And Ricardo said, King bro, sup? And Tiffany said, see how Anna and Byron start cuddling now. And doing cartoon and running. And Tutorial is saying, I'm cool. And Tutorial is saying, laugh out loud, Tiffany. Tiffany, if you know why I was looking around at him and laughing. So trust me, so some torrential wind blowing.
Is it finished?
Yep. Some tornado blowing me over here.
Okay.
And Tiffany said to Tutorial said, me not have no housework for do. And Ricardo is dipping his mouth. And Teacher P saying the topic, people should satisfied with whatever they have. Sometimes because of envy, people put their basket further than they can reach it. That is true.
Of course, which is true. Well said, Tiffany.
Teacher P. And Empress is saying, may I tell you, Ricky, like Jamfit. Hi, him. May I tell you, Ricky, like Jamfit. And him strength. Yes. Oh my God, Ricardo is laughing. Teacher P said, even here on YP, some people think that others owe them. And that's true.
Oh, that's true.
And Empress is saying, may I go see if Jamfit not come. If him, I go have energy, Ricardo. Ricardo said, okay, sorry. Ricardo said, but Jesus and laughing. And Carlos saying, Teacher P, talk true. This is so true. Facts on. Yes, that is so true. So true. And Ricardo is saying, make we look and see no Empress. Okay, so I am caught up.
Okay, so I am back at it again. All right. So now we have finished as it relates to laying some blame at the feet of the politician, which they are to accept because they are at the helm. Not to be about it. They are the leaders. They are the political leaders. They are the legislators, right? And so then they are responsible. So just let us shift a bit as it relates to certain structure in our penal system, and where we can see definitely, right, because of certain settings within certain structure, you see it more designed to create more criminals than changing them. So when we look in our penal system, right, and we realize, right, as it relates to data will show you, and one of the reasons why I'm speaking, right, passionately about it, because when I was a police officer, right, I know for sure that we have instances of so many repeat offenders. So many repeat offenders, right? So, and this is one of the reasons why we have these repeat offenders. So when we put a focus on our penal system designed that, okay, if you do the crime, then you do the punishment. Do the crime, you do the time, right? So crime, punishment. That is the objective of our penal system. But there's a fundamental portion of that is missing from our penal system. So when these youths, right, who have been repeat offenders from their early teenagers, right, and straight up to adolescents, right, that they are in and out of prison until some of them die and totally out of the system. You realize that the system designed in a way that, okay, from once you do the crime, punishment. So most persons who have passed through the penal system only focus on two things. They do the crime, they do the time, and they're out. What is missing is what we call the rehabilitative process, right? So then, and this is where it is at. Because of the rehabilitation process, exempt from out of the entire process. It seems like when the youths who go through that process, right, comes back out doing the same thing, reoffending, because the place where they occupied, sometimes for 3, 5, 15, 20 years, they have not been rehabilitated. So upon the completion of their sentences, they are going back to the society. Guess what? Unprepared. So just imagine now that someone spend 15 years in prison, right? The advancement of technology and the advancement of the society itself that he left behind for 5 years, you understand? He becomes an handicap in that space. What makes it worse? To the fact that now he has been an handicap within this space. So let us talk about 5 years. Let us work the 5 years. Someone done something, right? Said 5 years ago, and he's going to come out now. But during the process of him doing his time in prison, he has no rehabilitation, zero rehabilitation. And let me speak as it relates to the rehabilitation process. There's no working shop, active working shop, right? Workshop that can look at him, right, and give him a particular skill set, or a program that designed that while you're in prison, you can do your theory, you can study, right, and of course you can come out with an associate degree, a bachelor's degree, and of course now you have a little bit academically advanced, which will now help to influence you to divert from criminal behavior, because now you have a skill or you have something to depend on. So you've been there 5 years, sitting, hearing from other criminals who have nothing to do, and other criminals knowing to the fact that when they come out, and this is where it gets serious, when they come out or they leave that institution, the institutions out there have not prepared for them. They cannot apply being truthful and get a job. The institution is going to say, no, you're a prisoner. I am not going to employ you.
You're an ex-con.
You're an ex-con. Let us do a simple math here, my people. If someone who in prison for 5 years and may look back on his life, because many of them do, look back on his life and say, you know what? I don't want to travel down this path, because I have seen where this path that I've taken land me here in prison. And I've suffered, I've lost 5 years of my life. And so then you know what? When I get out, I'm going to try to get myself a job, and I'm going to try to divert from the path I previously took. That, my friend, is not out there for them. I am very serious. That is not out there for them. So just imagine that the society in which we live, the penal system, right, expose an innocent society to a character like this. And after the penal system, right, after he completes his sentence, the penal system has not prepared him for the society in which he's going to meet. And so then now, what you have there is a complete handicap of the system, which is going to force that sort of mindset back to the previous mindset of which it came. it's a very serious situation that we need to look into. So when this guy may make several attempts applied, right? And if they do, even if he lied and they do background checks, fingerprint analysis is going to find him in a prison. So the person who have done the background check is going to realize that he's coming from prison. The reason why he hide that, because he knows very well that the moment he speaks of that, he's not going to be employed. Let us ask a common question here, my people. So if society rejects them, right, and can't give them no jobs, they have to eat, they have to survive because they are human beings. They are still who make up our society. How are they going to be financed? How are they going to be able to help themselves? I want someone in the chat just help me with this. What are the solutions that they need to try? Many of these persons who faces that from the penal system goes back to crime, because for them it's either, goes back to our topic, make it or die trying. You are not giving, Mr. Government, you are not giving them any better options to choose from. Their choices are limited. We are not taking up for criminals. We want a better Jamaica. We want a proactive actions. We don't want our government to be reactive. My politicians, don't sit on this and be reactive. Because what you are doing, you are setting up yourself, right, to be always reacting. Be proactive by putting measures in place to rehabilitate our gunman. Now, my friend, my politicians, when you rehabilitate one gunman, what you have just done, you have saved the potential of 2 or 3 lives that would have been taken. Have you ever considered that? That when you change around, leaders' strength is not to just be autocratic. A leader's strength is to having the ability to look on someone's life and make 180 degrees in that life. Who understand mathematics know what I'm talking about. If that leader doesn't able to be proactive and to make that individual about 180 degrees, you are going to have a problem. You cannot, and I will tell Jamaican government this, you cannot begin to solve the crime if your penal system doesn't shift from its objective of crime and punishment. Something need to put in between that. Someone do the crime, when it goes to prison, emphasis must place on the rehabilitation process to rehabilitate this individual. Because at the end of it, all crime fits a particular punishment with a time span on it. So if he done whatever crime, it carry a particular time, and when that time completes, what is next? So, Mr. Government, are you thinking effectively to institute your rehabilitative process and make sure that when we say rehabilitation, we have workshops, right? That someone can gain an associate degree. We have workshop that someone can be skillful. So the 5 years that he's spending in prison, he's learning a particular trade. Because at the end of the day, right, if we don't equip them, what are they coming back to do? Becomes handicapped in our society, right? And then retrogress to the very same situation that bring them there. So then we have to be prudent. One will say that, okay, he should supposed to think of all of that before he committed the crime. Oh yes, that may be true, but the fact of the matter, he has committed the crime, he has been there. What we want to face with? Do we want to face with someone who rehabilitated, or we want to face with someone who is coming back, you understand, and repeat the offense? This is our decision. What we want to face with? What do we want to deal with? Do we want to deal with someone who goes through the system, right, and be rehabilitated, as opposed to dealing with someone who has no rehabilitation, becomes a handicap in the system, retrogress in doing what he has done to bring him into prison? He's going to do it again, and within that time space, he's going to try to correct his mistakes, and then bring up Mr. Gilmore. May I look out for him, you know?
That's my turn.
Pleasant afternoon, Mr. Gilmore. Glad
yes, sir. You know, hey, I want to, when you draw on topic, man, although me I go come on, you know, me I go come up and then I go deal with some things,
yes,
and then me have to come back on. But I want good topic that. I want good topic you have there, brother.
So, Sir Gilmore, and you
Yes.
and I know who work in the system and understand, and we identify as it relates to the lacking of the system and the rehabilitation process, that the criminals that we are dealing with, sometimes they have no new faces. These are the same criminals that continue to reoffend, until maybe, unfortunately, they might play a number 3 and out of the system. But do we have to wait until they play a number 3 to out of the system? And when we can just utilize certain methods and strategy, you understand, of the rehabilitation process. What do you think about that, Sir Gilly?
Hey, let me tell you. One of the things in your authorities have to look in is whenever a person commits a crime, and when he has done his time, or when he do, you can see the rehabilitation. You can analyze him and see if that person is remorseful of what he had done. And I believe, as a man who served for 18 years, a man, the necessary contrivance is to be put in place in order that the man can be facilitated in the society whenever he comes back. All right.
Wonderful point, Mr. Gilmore. You are doing very well. Continue. I really love that.
Yeah, man. We have a system now where if a person do serious crimes, it seems like we tend to lock L-O-C-K, the person out
of society.
And even if he's crying out for a chance, it seems like you know when I put
a chance.
Yeah, you know what the terminology, it seems like him life is put in file 13.
Exactly.
You understand?
Exactly. That's why you're teaching him.
Yeah, man. And that breeds criminality, because
to be about it.
If a person, remember, you know, some of these offenders, you know, they have kids. And even if a man go there and do something, and him believes say him bad. Most of them man there, most of them, those offenders, when them come and see, like the kids, or the little kids hungry, is thing, is to get food for, or some of them is to get food for the kids them,
Mr. Gilmore, because you're on the right point.
Yeah, man. And so, me live this, man. Me live this because part of my my thing I was DIU, well, DIU, Divisional Intelligence Unit, and we see and we go. Part of my thing I was to analyze like criminals and them and see them dealings before and after. You understand? And some of the people, some of the man them literally cry out to authorities, and they like them being blinded by society. Them come out, they want a little work. We now hoping up and say, all right, you know what? Let me watch him and see when we do. For some of them just really just want a little chance. Yeah, but if we make it look the people them eyes, I guess so. Even though we do this, we can't change.
Exactly.
You understand? Note, brother Mystic. Note, some of them, I may know that. Some of them, we try with them. We will try with them and then still not change, But some of them definitely, definitely want the chance,
Yes.
And until we can, yes, them do something bad. Yes, it look heinous. Yes, it look bad, very bad, but sometimes, brother.
Exactly.
We have to open up our hands, and say, hey, give them a chance. Give them a chance.
Gilly, let me tell you something. You are 100% right, because when you look at it, remember that, okay, he has done a crime. He or she has done a crime. And based on the structure of our society as it relates to our criminal justice system, he would have served his time. So he has done his time, right? The consequence of his sin. Right? So after finish that, after complete that, where the society goes from there. So this is a question, because even if we reach a conjunction, Mr. Gilmore, with this process, two things we are asking. Do we want to deal with someone who is fully rehabilitated, or we want to deal with someone who has not been rehabilitated? So then when we look at that process, because this is what is happening, if you go back through the system, and for all those persons who have gone through the system and traveling back and forth, right? They actually becomes a handicap in the system, because the system rejects them totally. So if you reject them totally,
yes.
what is the opportunity for them, Mr. Gilmore? And again, let me show you something.
No rob and offend, and re-offend, man.
That's my point.
Other crime, them got re-offend.
That's my point. It's just like
a rehabilitative. One second, rehabilitative era or one.
Yes.
They're supposed to have something put in place in order to facilitate people that returned from prison. You understand?
Right.
And like a second chance thing. You understand?
Because Gilly, the system design, as it relates to what I would, utilize as a phrase to say, giving a man a basket to carry water. Because when we look at this system, Gilly, for me, right, if I should play a part in politics, right, as it relates to me representing a particular constituency, right, and persons who, if you are going to deal with rehabilitation, process and persons who have spent the time as it relates to study, showing the effort of change, showing the effort to make themselves equipped to face the society. So these are persons who now will have spending their time, might be doing a degree program, spending their time doing some skills to make sure that he or she is equipped, right, to come out, right, when he completes his or her sentence. So then when I see that, what the government should have done is to have institutions, right, set up a thing where you call might be a 2-year trial for these persons.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Giving them a clean slate to start over a process. Because you have seen the effort that they have done in prison, right? They study, right? They get themselves equipped, right? Do all of that. And then, of course, make it possible that they can phase into the world. I am not saying, Gilly, you and I are not saying.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
You know, I agree with you because remember, you know, we know how the confinement in situation go in prison. Is either remember, you know, they are gonna be in prison, you know, and prison, believe this or not, I mean I said publicly, prison is a university for do badness. You know what you're being brainwashed. For remember, you know, when them go to prison, you know, if you know have something to counteract what they learn in prison, you know, remember, you know, they are coming at this as society, you know, and they are go. It's like like them they've been impregnated in prison with badness, and they gonna give birth to it out here or when they reach out. So it can be havoc. You understand? So you have to put the necessaries in place in order to counteract that the badness where they learn in a prison. You understand? For some of them go there and look, well, we can look on the positiveness of even Bujiban in going and asking a bachelor's and a master's degree. That is that is positiveness. You understand? But not to the one where him I go say, in the most not talking to nobody coming to Tivoli and Saigon and all that something where people all know buttons.
Yeah, getting some buffering, Mr. Gilmore. I don't know if you have any other devices on or something like that. You're getting some buffering there.
Me not coming in clear to you.
No, you're just clear now. So go ahead.
Oh yeah, man. So when them go in and learn the badness, who tend to go to the badness side, you know, you have to put somebody as them come out. Hey, this is it, man. We have some trade thing. If they don't learn that in a prison, we have some trade thing. So we gotta make sure when you go through this, if you want, when you go through and learn certain things, we gotta make sure we gotta put in the necessaries in order that they can get one little work.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly, my boss.
Yeah, man. So at that we have to go do. At that they do. You know. And let me tell you something. We don't know if the prison like here we know, but we don't know if the prison system. I mean, never analyze that. Also, they have a set of people who are cater, you know, a cater for like prisoners. Sometimes we have to want some people who are like, you know,
yes, you're getting some little buffering here, sir.
No. Mr. It's a buffer. Oh, we can connect. Hold on, brother.
Okay.
But we can connect to it. Yeah, man. Let me see if let me connect it to me. Hold on. All right, come on for this.
Yeah,
you better know, my brother. You better
Yes,
know?
man. I love the thoughts, man. Continue. I love the thoughts because you're hitting the nails on the head.
Yeah, but I'm gonna come back on this. I know. I'll come back on this.
Yes.
Me have a little errand to run for Sister
Oh,
Tara. So me gonna make maybe Tara come up and give him 2 cents. You
of
know?
course, man.
But give me about 15 minutes and I come back. But let me tell you something, man. We have to put in something in place in order to help the man them. We
That's
come
it.
in. We have to exhaust the avenue. We have to exhaust our avenue to help people. You understand? For that the crime rate can go down. You understand?
Because we can't be fighting crime. And at the same time, simultaneously that we are fighting crime, we are breeding crime.
We are breeding crime.
It doesn't make any sense. Right? We say we are fighting crime, and simultaneously we are breeding crime. So
it can't work.
It doesn't make no sense.
It can't work.
It seems like we are breeding crime at a higher proportion than how we are fighting it.
All right, sir.
Right? So it don't really make no sense. Gilly, I tell you, the contribution is so wonderful.
Yeah, I come back, man. I have to come back because Mama T tell say one and what she had died. Me soon come back, my brother. Me soon come back. All right, my brother. Cool.
Okay. Thank you for that wonderful contribution.
Yeah, man. No problem, sir Mystic.
All right. Thank you.
All right, sir. Yeah, man.
So as what Mr. Gilmore was saying there, which is 100% correct. You understand? We have to have measures put in place, right? And I think if as politicians, right, and for persons who responsible for their respective constituency, you have to ensure that, okay, all right, for persons who are coming out of the prison, you need to create what you call a checks and balance system. So then, for argument's sake, for next month, you have 15 persons coming from prison, and you check on their rehabilitation process and see, you understand the trend of those rehabilitation process as it relates to, okay, all right, Mr. Such and Such, while he was here, right, he was in a bachelor degree program, right? He had gotten his bachelor degree, okay, that's fine. That person was in a particular workshop, right? And he has been certified and so forth and so forth. Now, this is the way how we can utilize them now. We are going to make them now becomes now a good product of society. We are now using that channel to reculture them, right? Because they make the effort, right, to put a foot forward, right, in definitely, right, triggered changes in their behavior. So since they have triggered that changes in their behavior, what the government need to do is to enhance that effort, right? You can't have a situation where the government is not enhancing the effort, right? And then what the government is doing and the society is doing is actually rejecting them. Because when you reject them, the only thing that is going to happen, you are going to force them, have them retrogress back to where they are coming from. And that is one of our fundamental problems that we have, because we are not focusing 100% on rehabilitation. And we think we need to do that in terms of rehabilitating those persons. As a government, you have to be proactive. When we look at our crime situation, right, and see, right, that we, from even before 2005, that we are clocking over 1,000 murder per year, and we are not at war. We are not in the Middle East. Some countries that who is currently in war in the Middle East not seeing those figures. Then something has to be wrong as it relates to our society, right? In the entire Caribbean basin, right? We are leading as it relates to crime, and particularly where number 3 is concerned. We can't continue like this, right? And we have to make sure that we are implementing the right strategies, right? And so then for politicians, right, they have to make sure, and that's why our current crop of politicians, right, should more focus than correcting the head and it goes down to the tail. You can't deal with try to cleaning up the process and you try to clean from the tail and you try to clean from in the middle. It not go work. You have to clean from the head first. It begins with you. It begins with the political leaders. That's where it begins. So you have to make that self-introspection. You have to look in front of the mirror. But whatever portfolios the respective politicians are operating in, you have to look in the mirror, right, and realize and first accept that you are part and parcel of the problem. And by accepting that, by acknowledging that, the question is, what am I going to do about the problem? One of the things to begin with is truthfulness. So at the, at the end of the day, right, we continue to be deceitful, right? We continue to be performing trickery. We continue to be doing the same thing that we are doing. It is not going to make any effort. And so then, for us to clean up Jamaica, it begins with the head and not the tail. We can't start to deal with crime and we decide that we are going to deal with it from the tail. That is not where responsibility starts from. And let me tell you guys, right? We cannot, right, kill our way out of crime. So of many of these youths who involve in criminal activities, and as many of them, right, that who want to play number 3 and they go in the afterlife, the situation that causes them still exists. And what still exists are these impoverished communities, are these situations where opportunities are limited, right? Now we have seen, right, so we can discuss about one situation. What about the brain drain situation that's going on in our country? Some of the best minds, the best brilliance, right, are leaving the country because when they look at it and they analyze the situation and they decipher themselves, they know that, okay, it better my skills and talent, right, establish somewhere else, you understand, where I can be properly benefited. Well, you might want to say that they're not patriotic, fine. But at the end of the day, right, are the politicians are making our economy conducive, right, to absorb and keep our brilliant people? No. Why you think most of our brilliant people are leaving and going to greener pastures? Why do you think that is? And
yeah,
I'm take up Tara here. Tara coming up. Yeah. So, oh, Green Nation. Oh, Green Nation.
Green Nation.
Yes,
okay.
Green Nation. Oh, welcome, Green Nation. Are you hearing us?
Yeah, good night, everyone. How are you doing?
Yes,
Hi,
man.
Green,
First and foremost, we want to thank you to join us, right? And I know that you must be enthused, right, about the topic and so forth, because this is what really involves all of us, right? We are all Jamaicans at the end of the day, right? We want to see a better Jamaican Green Nation. So
Yeah,
you hear what I'm speaking
Yeah.
about. I'm just going to
Yeah,
give you a chance.
I've been listening.
Yes,
I've
I'm just
been
going to give
listening,
you a
and
chance.
as you know, I'm at work, but me always a tap in on a Friday night. I always I look forward to come make my entry, you know.
Of course, we appreciate that. We love your Green Nation. Turn him up. Let me hear him loud and clear.
Yeah, what I'm saying, I've been listening to what he said, and as the other guy we're talking about, they're basically talking about the ones who made their mistakes, go serve them time, and come out, and there's no opportunity for them when they are out.
Yes,
Now,
that is the line of the conversation.
now you have some people who are willing to change, while some not willing to change, and they also make it bad for the ones who want to change, right?
So true. So
But we
true.
have to, but we are jumping the guns, thinking about those that serve them time and come out. No, we have to get back to basic.
Yes.
Basic, it all starts from you are a child growing up. The thing with
Yes.
the country, they always tell us education is the key out of poverty and education is the way out. But at the same time, they also go ahead and they put education at a very high cost. You
Whoa.
understand? And when the children are unable to get an education, and when you
Yes.
grow up, come out of school, you didn't make it to college, you never have that kind of brain to say, well, then you're going to be a teacher, doctor, fireman, because everyone cannot be teacher, doctor, and fireman. We still need the garbage man. We still need the mechanic. You understand? We
Perfectly
still
right.
need the house builder. They
Perfectly
don't
right.
provide places within communities or in every parishes where if you know your brain is not good at grasping to reading and writing, other brains are there that grasp to being a mechanic, being a builder. You understand?
Yes, of
You
course.
don't have these kind of institutions within parishes where a person can go learn to become a tiler or a builder. No. Crime starts when you are home, you have your spouse live with, your kids are hungry, right? And you can't get a job because you cannot read. So you're not able to get a good job to provide for your family. When them cry and say them hungry and you look at them, they look at you, your baby mother look at you, what do you think is going to happen? I
Green
used to live
Nation.
in Kingston and I used to live in the garrison. I'm a pass through the ghetto and the inner city. So I'm a kind of understanding about everything. Many men go out there and rob. They don't want to do it, but they just have to do it because they need to eat. You understand?
Yes.
At
Green
once,
Nation.
Missy Albert, yeah.
Yeah, just but let me say something because I don't want persons to be listening to Green Nation and might be say anything negative towards what he said. What he said is definitely true, hitting the nail on the head. Because person might say, okay, all right, he doesn't have to rob our certain things, but as what Green Nation is saying, that when he has his family and he realized that he has nothing to give them, right? Because of the circumstances that he found himself in. The fact of the matter is within that circumstances. The fact of the matter he's not been given the opportunity, right? And as what Green Nation said earlier, you understand? What do we think he's going to do, right? What he's going to, what do we think that he's going to do? So then
He,
when we
he,
look at all these factors, right, this is something that we all have to challenge ourselves,
he,
right, and do our
he
input.
leave
Go ahead,
without
Green
a
Nation. I
choice.
love that.
He leave without a choice. He don't want to. All right. I remember it was about think it was 2009, right? I was working and I got robbed at 3 Mile. And when the guy hold me up and him have him gun and thing and him dead and him a run through my pocket and him take out my wallet, him tuck him gun between him legs, right? And when I stand up and me I look and I say, a time to react now.
Mhm.
And when we say it was time to react, one man just said, just stay cool. And when
Yeah.
me stay cool, one man said, look over your shoulder. When me look over my shoulder, there is a man stand up behind me with a machete, well white.
Oh,
Let me tell you something.
luckily you
I
never
normally,
reacted.
I normally watch TV, and whenever time someone is going to die, all kind of things start to flash in according to the filmmaker. At that moment, I realized these things are true because at one point I saw my mother holding my hand, bringing me home from school, and I was going basic school. There were so many things appear in front of me. You know what the guy said to me? Boss, we tell you the truth, Me not really want to rob you, but me have to rob you.
Oh, Jesus.
Maybe you're not going to understand now, but me have to rob you. So him say, how far you live? How much bus you gonna take go home? And me say, two bus. And him say, here what? Me I gonna take your money, but me will give you back a bus fare. All this. And him say, bless up yourself. And then the two of them run off. At that moment, even though him rob me and him take my money, I felt bad for him because him a make me know say him not really
Really
want to do
want
it.
to do it, yeah.
But him have to do it. And when me then at the inner city, there are many things I've seen, so I understand. Now, if the government provide things within the country and put education at a level where everyone get the right opportunity to be educated, then we will have more engineer, we will have more entrepreneur. So there will be enough jobs for everybody. Look in Jamaica, who out there providing jobs? It's only the Chinese alone and other people from other countries come start up a little small business. No, most of these businesses is only female they are employing. You understand? It's only female they are employing. A male not go and go in a store go say he must sell clothes. They want female because people are more attractive to female sales rep than a male person. If
Exactly.
they also created places where you can go learn a skill and allow people to create jobs, then the country will be better. You see, if you go back to Jamaica right now and say you're gonna start a business where you want to help young people, the amount of things where them are gonna tell you say you need to get to start that business, you see, your mind not gonna change. And if you push through to start the business, the amount of taxes that is going to apply to you, you are gonna get frustrated and you're gonna change your mind. No matter the proposal where you want to make, say you're gonna do this for the country to help people, the government system set in a way where it's gonna make you change your mind.
So, Green Nation, just let me say it out clear in terms of what you are saying, right? And make people understand what definitely you are saying. Green Nation is definitely saying that the system designed in a particular way, where the system itself breeding crime. And I agree with Green Nation 110%. Wonderful contribution from Green Nation. And you know what moves me is, you know, that little thing that he was explaining, scenario that he was okay, bring him up. Okay. And he was explaining that even during the processing of the robbery, right, the guy was now saying to him that he don't really want to do it. And then have the conscience enough, right, to offer him a fear.
Yeah.
You understand? When you look at that, how many of that situation represent real cases out there, right? And where you see that it is just reaction from the system. Because Green Nation, I am saying that with all these prisoners who are in and out of the prisons, repeat offenders, and when you looked at it, Green Nation, you realize that, okay, how the government acting in a very proactive way, right? So that these persons, you understand, can be able to, move away from crime, right? Are there programs that they can depend on, programs that can help them, that when they complete their sentences, right, they can, begin a new life. So when we look at it, looked at Green Nation, right, the representational politics is lacking. And, to be fair, right, the system that we are dealing with, because, for example, you make mention of something, right? If right now, the other day when I was coming to Jamaica, I was taking some things for our family. And the amount of, rigmarole that we have to go through and, taxes that I have to pay, right? For many of us who are in the diaspora, even want to lend a helping hand. It's like a system that designed as to help the people then.
Exactly.
And I'm not telling you,
That's how it is.
right?
It let you
Because
change your mind. So when you
seriously.
go overseas, then it make you don't want to go back.
right?
You well want to go back, but it forces you not to.
Yes, because you pack a barrel and you say, all right, you want, you understand, at least help on. You understand, in terms of assisting your family. And believe you me, the sort of red tapes that you have to go through. Right? Now, the thing is,
And the amount of hands that you have to, the palms that you have to in order to get your own stuff
No
before
thing but I
you
go in that.
legitimately pay.
I still don't think but I go in
The
that.
amount of
Because
hands stretched out for your
Green Nation,
to get your
as you
own
heard
things.
my wife said, we brought down some few things, and I'm not shifting from the topic, but it's only to show you that the way how the system designed and the system itself, while they are trying to fight crime, simultaneously creating the crime. Because look at this Green Nation. My wife and I, we brought them some things. And, you know, I really don't want to even say all of it, you know. Right? So we just go flatly, you understand, just peek of it, because I don't really want to get anyone in trouble. You understand? I don't want nobody lose them work. You understand? But some things what we have to go through, and you understand, we have to hand up, you understand, do all of this, do all of that, you understand, it's not really necessary. I mean, say, whoa, it's just not really necessary. But that goes to, you know, that goes to what you are saying, Green Nation, that the system designed in a way not, you understand, to alleviate from the crime problems, right?
Yeah. All right. There is
Exactly.
one
Go
thing I
ahead,
know.
Green Nation.
Since I'm living overseas, right? It's like every time you go out on the street, you have police cars parked up actually on every road. Police cars dispatched all over the county that I'm living in, right? You see, if
Yes.
something happened at, say, 21st Street and they call the police, within 2 to 3 minutes, a Jeep is on the scene. And before you know it, all of those police within the close by area, everyone making them way to that scene.
There you
Now,
go.
in Jamaica, where is the police? All of them in the station.
True.
Next thing, when I'm here, a police will only pull you over or pull you up if you just maybe look suspicious, or you run the red light or the stop sign, or you do a bad drive, right? In Jamaica, every police out there a traffic police. Every police at all inspector message
And
on
Green
road,
Nation,
a
you know
stop
why? You
vehicle,
know the
a
reason why
stop
for that
vehicle,
though?
a check. We know.
Exactly.
As check. No one out there fighting crime. You could go in Alpha Tree and somebody would commit a crime in Alpha Tree and escape.
I'll give you an example of what happened. I think it was early last year. Our neighbor, because we live in a gated community, and there's a police station right across from my house. My house is the third house across from the police station. And the neighbor called and said that there's someone in the yard have been wearing like one of those utility jackets, as if they've gone over there to do some work. So the neighbor asked if we gave somebody permission to go over there, and I said no. And I called over to the police station and tell them to go check it out. You know what she said to me? They don't have a unit to send over there.
All
And
right.
I'm 3 houses away from the police station.
Just imagine
Okay.
walking distance.
So now you understand. So these are the things with the country. And you see, we're not going to blame the government and the politician only. But you see, the people of the country, we're going to look at this now, the entertainers. Most of these entertainers come from the ghetto areas, right? As soon
Yes.
as them start to make money, what they do, they leave. When they leave to go live somewhere else where they think they can be safe. But in the same breath of time, instead that they help to develop their community by help to provide like a basic school or help to develop a training center for the youths them inside there so they can enhance themselves, or a school where you can teach music, where who interested in music can also learn how to, right? They don't do these things. What they do, they buy bikes and give them, and we're gonna use this terminology. They buy all kind of shoes and give them.
Yeah, we
You
understand where you're coming
understand?
from. Yeah, we
So
understand where you're coming
when you give all of the people them in your own community where you're coming from, all of these shoes, what are you creating? Are
from.
you
Yeah.
creating a shoe store?
Well,
No.
and you see Green Nation.
So you see where the breakdown start, and the
Exactly.
people them they are not smart enough to say, listen, them shoes are not gonna help me, you know. Cause this
Exactly.
pair of shoes cost $5,000. I could use a $5,000 and do something important.
Yeah.
So if you're not, them not help the youths them to elevate themselves, but them are help them only and give the youths them shoes for you all of them trample them one another.
Yes, and what you have to look on those giving them the shoes, each shoes lace potentially represent a life, Green Nation.
Exactly. That's what I'm
So
saying.
yeah,
So that is why I'm telling you, give it to them to trample them one another. So before you know it, it's like everyone wants to be a boss, but no
yeah,
one wants to be a leader.
yes,
And
yes.
sister, and let me show you something about society. If you come out to be a leader and trying to educate people and show them the right way,
Mhm,
society develop in a way where once you're starting to get too powerful and too much attention,
mhm.
society get rid of you neatly.
Yep.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true, Green Nation.
Yeah. So we don't have any leaders in Jamaica. We only have hustlers. Every prime minister and
Everybody
every
else.
every minister in Jamaica, after them finish
I,
serving their time,
I
where
couldn't say
are
it better
they?
than Green Nation.
Any of
He's
them
right.
live in Jamaica? Any of them living in Jamaica? All of them leave from the prime ministers and the ministers. All of them, after they serve their time, all of them leave. And the same ministers, when they go to these areas, instead of you try to find out what the people them want and help the people them because you know what the country need. Don't bother coming to a area and stop at a bar and say drink what you no want. And then you throw 20,000 up on the counter and give the bartender everybody drink and junk. Tomorrow morning them wake up hungry.
Mm. Or you give
They
them a
wake
box
up hungry.
today and tomorrow them hungry.
You,
They're
Instead of
hungry.
teaching them how to fish, you're
but
giving them
you see,
fish.
Green Nation has spoken about a culture that been with us for the longest while, as it relates to how the politicians relate to us. You understand when it comes to that sort of political season, you understand to get them in office, right? They just come in there and them deal with some curry goat and rice. You understand, or drink some red stripe beer, and that's it. There's
That's
no
it.
form of representational politics. But the thing with me, Green Nation, is to wonder as to why the people really continue to make this happen. We just
Because
can't find the reason, Green Nation.
what happened, you know? You come see your peer, all right, just like I did in one of my vlogs, right? You grew up and see your parent at work. Your parent never taught you how to become a boss or to become a entrepreneur. Your parent only teach you how to work. You understand? So
Mhm.
if your father is a truck driver, your father only gonna teach you how to drive this truck. So you can come work for this company or a next company. If your father is a farmer, I'm going to teach you how to do farming. But at the same time, your father never teach you how to say, well, then you can open a store, and when me provide the food, you will be running this store, and you
Exactly.
can employ people to work for you. You
Exactly.
understand? When you
Exactly.
go to college, right? You go to high school, you get all your degrees and whatever, whatever. What did they teach you in school? They only teach you to go get a job. They only tell you to get you need a master's, you need a degree in order to get this kind of job. But they never
Yes.
tell you say you can go this route and do these things and create
Exactly.
jobs. So
Perfectly
you
said.
that is why you have certain kind of businesses. It become a chain family business. So it's like you will see, for instance, you see Walmart. Walmart will always be a family business, and generations after generations will grow up and come own these businesses. You
Exactly.
understand? So when you go to school and say, oh, you have to have a degree to become a bank teller. You only go to school to learn to go do your degree to become the bank teller.
It
But
becomes a
what
bank
about
teller.
being an
Exactly.
entrepreneur? What about becoming a own boss? You don't say anything like that. So that is why I'm always say in my videos on my vlog, all of us were born with a gift. Find what
Yeah.
you're good at, activate it, and become the best of it.
Exactly. And you see, Green Nation, based on what you're saying there, is that if we try to, have an understanding of how we can reach economic of scale, so then we don't settle of being that bank teller as we are taught to be the bank teller, but we can look beyond being the bank teller and we can look beyond, right? Setting up great companies, right? Making and just going beyond that generation gap. And what I realize in terms of what you perfectly said is that the ability for us, right, to think, you understand, beyond the generation gap. You understand? We are so limited in what we are doing, right? As it relates to those, you just do a degree if you just work for a person. You understand? What about, you understand, thinking of how much you can transcend your business as it relates to economic of scale? We are not thinking of that. Right? So you're perfectly right with that.
They're not showing you how to think outside the box. They only tell you to think outside of the box. You understand? All right. You have some people. I remember when I see a guy, he was working at a particular company and he had an heart attack and passed on, right? And when I heard he was working with this company for 45 years, and at the same time when he passed, his wife and kids, they had nothing. It was the company have to turn around and lay the rest. They couldn't afford it. You understand? So that's
Yes.
what I'm saying. They only teach you how to work. So yes, when they get a job, you just stay there. That's why some people work with one company for 30, 40, 50 years. Why? You're only taught how to get a job. So once you get a job and you can buy food and you can pay your bills, you are comfortable. And they only teach you to go ahead and work till you're 65 to get pension. Check the
Yes.
ratio now with whatever they are giving people for pension and the cost of living, if that can help anyone.
But Green Nation, let me show you something and just mention something as it relates to some of the process that we can clean up, right? And in terms of you and I understanding, because when we look on, right, certain opportunity that we can create, right, as it relates to if government try to help us create small businesses. So then for us who are in the diaspora, right? If the government makes certain things via the wharves, the airport, you understand, to be duty free, and we can come in and quickly, right, initiate small businesses, because certain effort in terms of what I'm seeing as it relates to the taxation of the government, right? For argument's sake, we in the diaspora, right, are not being assisted by the government to quickly then set up, you understand, a business. You understand, by we just coming in with certain things, and the government start to assist by certain duty free and certain things, and then we can be able to do certain things. Now, for argument's sake, if I have to come in with a vehicle to help me out with a business, right? I have to pay a 80% duty on that. So it's just like I'm buying the vehicle all over again,
All
right? That
over
doesn't give
again.
me an opportunity.
That, so that's why I'm telling you, no matter what you want to do there, the system set a way to bring it down. Remember, back in
Exactly.
the days we were in slavery. But what they do, they pull off the shackles and the chain off of our hands and our
Put
feet
it
and
on
say you
you.
are free. But what they
Yes.
do, they use black and white on us. That's how they slave us, black
Yeah.
and white. And
Yeah.
because black and white they use to slave us, that is why they put it at a very high cost. So you won't
Exactly.
be able to learn. So once you are
Because
not having that qualification, you have to work for what they want to give you.
because one of the wickedest things that we are facing now is that the shackles, right, remove physically from our foot, right,
But it's
and our
still
hands,
mentally there.
right, and place, right, and our mental,
Yeah.
right, and so then the sort of we're going to have a paradigm shift in the way of, you understand, particularly where that sort of business investment comes in, right? Because so much of us Jamaican, right, don't really business oriented, and it can prove as it relates to Chinese coming in, running the business, and Jamaican. I can't even say Jamaican businessman because I don't see them. We just don't
Uh,
see them in the space.
I'm not gonna say Jamaicans are not business headed or business wise, but it's just the
Right?
society. They always take others from overseas and give them the privilege more than you inside the country. You
Right?
understand? That's how it goes. So that is why once you are there and you want to do anything, it costs you a whole lot and the country ain't going anywhere. No. Let me say
Exactly.
this. We have Jamaica, they say Jamaica is a country of land, wood, and water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every time since I'm here and when I'm going to the store, I see the fridges, all different kind of brand bottled water. I still don't see Catherine Peak. Look how many water
Exactly.
we have in our country. We
Yeah.
have a backside in our country. We have two international airports in our country. We did have a airline. Where is that? We don't own that airline anymore. We don't own Naman Manley anymore.
Don't
We
own
don't
anything
own the
anymore.
backside anymore. Most of the sugar estates, we don't own it anymore. So what happened right there is like you
What I
give
meant to say,
away your backbone. So
Green
once your
Nation, you talk
backbone
about
is
get
gone,
grieved.
your
Honestly.
your backbone is gone, so it's like your body you become disabled. You
Mhm.
understand? Our
Exactly.
backbone gone, you know. You sell the backside, you sell the airline, you sell the airport, most of the sugar estate. These are prime things of the country.
That's
Prime.
so true.
These
And
are
to
prime.
and to try to plug the deficit that getting rid of these create, the taxing the hell out of the people.
Exactly
Okay.
That's
right.
what is happening.
Perfectly right.
They're taxing the hell out of the people to
Wish
plug the
to
deficit.
plug the deficit.
Look, look at Red Stripe. They forced Red Stripe to move out of Jamaica, you know, because the amount of money they charge them for duty fees for bringing the raw material, and when they manufacture it and to export it, it was killing them. So
Exactly.
Red Stripe only manufacture things just for Jamaica only. And it was, I think, it's either in the US or Canada they get land to purchase where they put their new factory. So our country
Exactly.
have nothing. We are nothing in our own country.
It's
So
sad,
this
Green
is
Nation.
where the problem lies. You know what I mean? At one point, I did heard Spanish Town Hospital was up for sale. I'm not sure if it is we even own
This
it.
is crazy. This is
You
crazy,
go to a
honestly.
You
hospital.
understand what I'm saying? So the prime things of the country, we don't own it. Look how many springs we have in Jamaica. Why is it they don't find a way to bottle up waters and export it? Let me show you one next thing. There's a fellow entertainer out there in Jamaica. I don't really want to call anyone name, but you will know what I'm talking. He was doing this thing for the Bustamante Children Hospital, right? Where you have this thing that you keep every year to help the government to provide stuff for the
Mhm.
hospital because our hospital system, I don't even know what to call it. You understand? And what did they do at one point? Blame him, saying steal the money.
Yeah, we
I
all know
still
who you're talking.
I
We
still
all know
don't
who you're
even
talking.
know. I don't even think him keep that show anymore.
You see,
So you
Green
see,
Nation,
no
I
matter
just
what you come to do to help the country, there's gonna be a way where that they are gonna stop you. If they can't stop you, they're gonna blame you for things. They're gonna accuse you for things. And
let
when
me
you
tell you
know you
something.
are a man of good character,
Yeah, but
you're
as
not
it
gonna stand
relates
for it.
to
You are gonna step away.
yeah, as it relates to that entertainer, because Muta Baruka, because you know who we know who the entertainer that you're talking. Muta Baruka has spoken out passionately, and defended that entertainer in that regards. But you know, sometimes I tell you something. It's some people where you fight for Green Nation, you have to fight with the left, fight for them with the left, and use the right hand to ease them off. Because
But
although you have fight with them same one to turn around, you know. You
the
understand?
Jamaican,
And
the
number three,
Jamaican,
you know,
the Jamaican slang for that is sorry for maga dog and in turn around
turn around
bite
bite
you.
my boss. Right? Turn around bite you. You fight for them, and at the same time you have to ease them off.
Yeah.
Right? Ridiculous.
Well,
But
that is just my few points I did just want to share because I'm on the job, so I'm gonna let you get back to the
but
chat.
I tell you
So
something,
I'll be in the background listening.
that few points really and truly you understand worth, you understand the time. Well said, wonderful contribution. We love it.
Thank you
Right?
so much, Green
Really,
Nation.
really appreciate and thank you, Green Nation, you know, for coming up and share your thoughts with us. We really
Yep.
appreciate that Wonderful contribution. Really love it.
And everyone in Jamaica know this is the issue and this is the problem, but there's no way you can fix. Even the same officers who are trying to fight crime, if they know somebody over there is committing crime and they go over there and dismiss this person, they will end up go to prison just for doing their job. So
Yeah,
because of that, the officer is not gonna do their job the way how they're supposed to do it because the same government system is gonna put them behind bars. You think you are gonna go out, go say you're fighting crime, and when you do what you're supposed to do, them send you behind bars, leave your wife and your kids at home, when you know you could just stand up, keep calm, so you can go back home to your family this evening. What are you gonna choose? We don't want to go behind the bars.
exactly. So, Green Nation, let me put you on the spot since you're here. We have seen the history of the Jamaica Labour Party. We have also seen the history of the People's National Party. Are you saying that we ready for a new blood? Are you saying that we can continue with any of the two? What are you saying?
All right, this is one thing I always said. I said, even though we have these government system, I think we should fire every single one of them and put in some fresh people inside there, and then we will probably have a new country. If they
Thank
are
you.
going to stay there and new persons are going to go in, what they're going to do, they're going to teach you their bad ways and show you their shortcuts, and they're going to corrupt your mind, and then you're going to do the same thing as well.
So true, so on point. There you have it.
Yep.
So, people, let me tell you something. We are here. You have seen the crime statistics that is plaguing us over the years. I have told you the history of how the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party come together as it relates to, you understand, that family blood that running in between, right? Buster Monty, who formed the Jamaica Labour Party, Norman Manley, who formed the People's National Party, two first cousin, up until this point, right, from then to now, right, the people are in dilemma as it relates to crime statistics, no representation from the politics. What are we doing moving forward? People, me I said, you understand? We need, right, to make sure, say, we need new blood, new ideas moving forward. We not
And if
in,
the
well, me, but let me say it, I different
and if the
myself.
people of
Me
the
not in the
country
JLP, I'm
unite,
in the PNP. New
if
blood
the
not here.
if the people of the country unite and when election call, everyone decides that we ain't gonna vote. All who is in office, get them out and let the military take over the country, and then from they gonna appoint new people into these positions and let the
All right.
military run the country
Well, you won't
until
have no Green
them
Nation.
find new people.
We start afraid with the military partner because we don't really want no autocratic government. You understand? And them have a tendency to become, you understand, so
No,
controlling. You understand? We
they
don't really want to do this, but
because they are the defense
we take a
force.
view.
If you remove the government, then somebody have to stand in the chair until you refill those chairs, and you're gonna
If
give them
they if
at
they're
least
willing
2 months to do
if
so.
they're willing to step out when we decide to do so. But you understand that's an idea which part really and
If we
truly.
if if
But
we the
I
people
will
of the
keep it away from.
country,
I don't want to be
if
militarily ruled.
if we the people
I'll
of the
say money.
country don't vote, what can they do?
Yeah,
Remember, we give them power, we give them strength.
exactly.
So if the people stand aside and say we ain't voting and no one vote, all of you guys need to step down and even let the country select people to put in those chairs. Then we will have a better country. If we
Yeah,
don't
well,
vote, they have no say.
I tell you something. I think technically speaking, if we have a situation like that, then the incumbent party will continue to be the government. So we have to vote.
And at that point, with the unity, we are going to tell them, both of them, all of them need to resign. Is the
Yeah,
people going to make the
I
talk?
see where you're
There's
coming
no
from.
country
Where you're
without the
coming
people.
from. Yeah,
And the people vote for who they want to become prime minister. So if everybody step aside and say this is what needs to be done, then it will be done.
yeah, yeah.
And then
So true.
when Saturdays and Sundays come, then all of our young men will stop go by Medaris and Maypen and other places because that's where they all go every Saturdays and Sundays.
Yeah. You know.
Well, that's just
So
it. Well, thanks for having me up. I'll allow you to get back to the chat and
wonderful,
I'll be
and,
listening.
and guess what? Feel free to come up again anytime, Green Nation. Wonderful contribution. We really love it. So,
Yeah, man.
guys, I tell you, our favorite session is coming up, and I'm anticipating. Guys, guess what? We don't have no spelling in the session here now. So for all those spellers, you understand? Don't be disappointed. Mom's plan for you. You understand me? I talk for now, mom's plan for no spellings in this session because we want all persons participate and persons have access to at least take home something. All right. So mom's plan for them. Me not say me not involved in the planning of mom's do it.
Guys, Renation, thank you so much for taking the time out to join us. Really appreciate it. Hope you have the rest of the night at work will be good for you and not too stressful. So again, thank you so much for your input there. So guys, I am just going to go through the contributions towards the topic. I know there's a lot of salutations and stuff going on, and I'm just going to welcome those that came on while Byron was doing his discussion there. So Sammy and Sadie, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Friday to you guys. Really love and appreciate you guys. Also the Taylor's family, thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. And happy Friday. Thank you so much for your continuing support. Really love and appreciate you as well. And we also have Mami and Kurt vlogs that joined us. So thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for coming. And guys, make friends and show some love, and love will be returned likewise at the appropriate time. And the Taylors are saying exactly that's what I was saying. So I've been highlighting persons' contribution as we went along. Let me just skip over all of that. And yeah, Green Nation came in as well. And Taylors was saying, that is so true, Green Nation. A lot of young people going around and rob people, and they really don't want to do it because they have children that are hungry and they got a family to take care of. And Sam and Sadie was saying so true, and they were saying facts. And Taylors were saying Jamaica is so corrupt because his politician is behind these corruptions, and that is so true.
True.
And Sammy and Sadie is saying yes, they get away with a lot of stuff. And the Taylors are saying these things start from corrupted government. Yep. And the Taylors saying that's what I'm talking about, Green Nation, buying a lot of different shoes that police do not even and police
even
not
on
even on the street. Yeah. And that's blessings going around again. And Miss Monica is saying she's back because she was charging her phone.
Okay.
Welcome back, Miss Monica. Thank you so much. And Stiff Breast Entertainment is also in the building. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. And she's saying good night, host, and everyone in the chat. Happy Friday. Yes, it's still Friday. Happy Friday to you, Stiff. Thank you so much for joining us.
Bless yourself, Stiff.
And I think I covered everyone that came in afterwards. And the Taylor is saying, I think both parties do not deserve a next chance to run
Jamaica. Yeah, Taylor, I agree with you. You understand? May I see I am eye to eye with that.
We need a new government to run Jamaica.
Of course.
And
definitely.
Saying,
no joke.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And more greetings going on there in the chat. Okay, guys, so we're gonna go into the games. It's just three categories tonight. And as I said on Sunday, that the guilty party always make the most noise and always tend to speak out first. So, with that being said,
moving on.
Mr. Horton is the one that wrote the questions tonight.
Oh my goodness. I know
So
you think
I
that.
am going to try my best to read his handwriting. But Mr. Houghton is the one that put these categories together.
Oh my
So-
God. Well, you threw me under the bus.
You make sure you're not the boss or you fling me in front of a moving train. If you take the focus off of you, you fling me in front of a moving train.
Oh my God.
Okay. So with that being said,
That's not fair to me. Not go for your next paper, long paper. Let me just
what happened to the back of that? What happened to the back of it?
Okay.
Oh, you love waste paper.
We are quite economical bud.
Hopefully, things not cheap.
All right. Okay, we can work with this. What's the
So you just need one piece.
All right.
Okay, so we have 3 categories, as I said. One is Jamaican history. You guys asked for something different. So Jamaican history. Then we're gonna have scrambled words.
Whoa. Buckling up tonight, you know.
And as I said, guys,
Nana do the scrambling words.
all fingers pointing over there. Make sure none are pointing back at me. And then I think he has some geography in there as well. So guys, tutorial looking.
Tutorial, big up yourself.
Tutorial say what is happening tonight. Guys, as I said, Byron said these questions because I was busy, so he was trying to help me out. All right. So the first question is, in which continent is Jamaica located? In which continent is Jamaica located? That doesn't look like history question, Byron. Well,
The real answer.
in which continent is Jamaica located? It's like current affairs questions. Wow.
Okay. People them brilliant now we are talking about.
Tell them my scholars not putting up. My scholars.
Don't underestimate
My scholars.
Don't underestimate my chat. Alright? Them know them stuff.
All right, so first on the board with the correct response of North America is Empress.
Aye.
And Ricardo is looking. Make sure
Well,
they didn't miss
Empress get the
anybody.
first punch.
And then we have the Taylors and Tutorial King, and he answered despite looking. And then Sammy and Sadie and Sidonie's laughing. Oops. Sidonie's laughing. And Miss Monica is saying hi to Green, and Ricardo is saying, Empress, me not tell you if you call me.
Me not hear Empress talk about you want to catch me asleep. Can't catch me asleep. Man fit like a lion.
Baron, I tell you. Okay, I'm gonna have to try and put questions to some of these, make it a question form. So number 2, yeah, I figure out what you were doing there. Okay, in which parish is the Denby Agricultural Food Show held? In which parish is the Denby Agricultural Food Show held?
I marry a brilliant wife, you know. You can figure things out.
Just let me make sure I'm not really too take over your segment. Me keep quiet.
Me not take away a segment.
Girl, I say, Empress, me not tell you if you call me. And Empress is saying, Mommy Monica. And Empress is saying, it just starts Rick's hushes. What? Ricardo said, wait, the topic change.
Yes, Ricardo, you come.
Ricardo, you need.
Brand new point, you know.
All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me refresh and see. Well, first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo.
All right.
Then let me make sure I don't miss anything of a topic. I mean, I want Empress come for me. Ricardo, then Sammy, Taylor's, Green Nation, And Ricardo, what?
All
I forgot
right.
make Byron set the questions. Ricardo said, me love this. Empress said, I only knew one and laughing. And she said, I didn't answer. Oh my God. All right. So, number 3 question. Welcome, Sassy. So, it's Dion's and families in the building. Say night, night, everyone.
Big up yourself, Dion and family.
Night. Welcome,
Thank you for
Dion
being here.
/ Sassy. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate your continued support. All right. So, number 3 question is, who were the original inhabitants of Jamaica? Who were or are the original inhabitants of Jamaica? Ricardo want a slap. Oh my goodness, Ricardo. Ricardo, so wait there, Byron said the question. Yes. Yes, Ricardo, Byron said the questions. So, you see who set the tougher questions them though. Green is saying sassy blessings on, and Ricardo is saying big up yourself, Byron. Okay, and Mel and Chris Lifestyle TV is in the building. Sorry, Mel, you have been here for quite some time. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you
Big
so
up yourself,
much
Mel
for
and Chris.
being here. Oh, I would have. It's because I skipped from
Yeah.
here up. Yeah,
That's what
sorry
I was
about that. Thank you so much for coming. Happy Friday to you. Really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for still being here. And okay, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. So first on the board with the correct response is Empress. It's the Tainos.
Yep.
And well, the Tainos are a form of the Arawaks. So the Tainos.
She got it.
So first with the correct spelling is Empress with Tainos, then Ricardo. Ricardo, I'm not even going to put a highlight you. Ricardo said, you know what? Ricardo said the maroon.
Ricardo, seriously?
So Ricardo want to slap. Then we have the Taylors. Then Ricardo said no, I lie. And the Tainos. No, I lie at the Tainos. Yep. Tutorial, seriously? Tutorials are the British. Okay, guys, so it was the Tainos. Somebody said it's a laugh out loud. Ricky said maroons. Oh my God. Yes, it is. Let me go back up. All right, so number 4 question is, what significant occurrence happened in 1692? What significant or historic occurrence took place in 1692? Remember, 1692, this happened. And Tutorial said, bad luck for that Tutorial about the out.
Tutorial, I can't believe you about me out.
Ricardo said, I don't leave my answer, you know. And Samuel said he's laughing. And Ricardo said, don't highlight it, yeah. Oh my goodness, I wanted the surfer going at the spotlight.
I tell you.
And the tailors are laughing. And Sammy said, yes, I liked it, man. Make we keep a laugh. Sammy's laughing, Ricardo's laughing, Ricardo Tutorial is looking, giving you the bad eye.
Tutorial, big of yourself.
Okay. Me say, boy, no funny bad. A pure comedian there tonight. Ricardo said, King, come go up. Me say, no, sir. I said 16. 1692, not 1962. 1692. Okay, I see somebody made a redemption.
Oh.
So Ricardo said independence.
Wow.
Taylor says train accident.
You go on.
Samuel said it's an independence. Chris said independence. Ricardo said emancipation. And let me redeem himself. An earthquake. Yes, guys.
Yes.
The Port Royal earthquake happened
exactly.
in 1692.
Ricardo get that? Ricardo, right?
Empress of witchcraft in Salem.
We're not argue with them person.
So the Port Royal earthquake happened in 1692.
1692.
And Sammy has said they have double down on the answer, so Jamaica gained independence. But that's why I repeated it in a six, because I know they were going to misinterpret it like
exactly, because it is 1962 that we gained independence.
So
1692 was the earthquake in Port Royal.
Yeah, so massive earthquake devastated the town of Port Royal. And somebody is saying, you mean 1962 love? Yeah. No, I don't know. No, I said
I can see how they get flustered.
And that's why I kept repeating it. And Diane is saying Port Royal sink, and Sudan is laughing. Ricardo is saying yes, Port Royal earthquake. Ricardo is laughing. Samuel said, my bad. I don't know that one, 1692. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's sort of if you're well focused, we can see what a slip Sammy.
Mm-hmm.
1692 and 1962, yeah.
Okay. All right. So number 5 is so we got okay.
Yeah.
Number 5 is, in which 3 parishes do you find the cockpit mountain? Which 3 parishes do you find the cockpit mountain?
Me tell you, some moms are come hard pound the devil you can.
You see you? You see you?
Moms are come hard.
Some man said, me neither, Empress. And Taylor's laughing. And Miss Monica is saying Empress, and Sidonie is saying Empress and laughing. Sorry. And Empress is saying, hey, Mama. All right. So I jam fit enough. I fell asleep, You
look so. Once in a year, jam fit now, you like him drop out. Fall asleep.
And I one of those who did a call for big change.
Yeah, but it late in a jump fit here, man. So
I'm saying must fall asleep.
Tired too.
Ricardo said, watch Google. Laughing. Ricardo said, oh, not too quick. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's refresh and see who first came in with the correct response. So the 3 parishes, let me see if anybody have them before me blurt them out. All right. Look what about watch Google. First on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, Trelawney, St. Elizabeth, and St. James.
All right. So at this
and then we have Empress with all 3 as well. Then we have Taylor's with your St. Elizabeth, and then Empress, Trelawney, St. James, St. Louis, St. Anne, and Diane is saying Trelawney, Westmoreland, and St. James. No. And tutorial is saying me just a watch because me don't know.
Okay. So 5 questions have been asked. 5 questions have been answered. Share between Empress and Ricardo. Ricardo on 3, Empress on 2. Stiff competition between Ricardo and Empress.
All right.
Right.
So number 6 is
Issue parishes.
okay. In which 3 parishes do you find the highest mountain, which is Blue Mountain?
Yeah.
So which 3 parishes do you find Blue Mountain?
So Blue Mountain stretches across 3 parishes. Which are those 3 parishes that Blue Mountain stretches across? Blue Mountain, I know. Blue Mountain is what? 7,402 feet above sea level. Right? Blue Mountain.
I don't remember all of them. There's something that Byron for your brain better than for me right now. Sammy said, I'm just here watching as usual. Where is Stephanie? And Empress is saying, Ricky, you had the list so you're quicker. And Empress is saying, Tiff have internet issues, Sam. Yes, her internet is not working well with her. Ricardo is saying a bait tutorial and laughing. And the chat just jumped. Oh, goodness. And Sammy said he's saying, oh, okay, Empress Hun. And Sidonie is saying, Sam here, same here, Sam.
Same here, Sam.
And Ricardo is saying, hey, our Ricardo. And Sammy is saying, laugh out loud, I can't tell you, Sidonie. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, let me see if where is this one? Isn't it in this parish, Joe? You're sure?
Of course.
Where's my other? Let me look on this device. 1 sec, guys. Let me just double check something here.
Is the same 3 parishes that it stretched across? Is that
I think we did it with 4. Yeah. I think it's 4. One sec.
It's not 4 money, it's 3. We took his specialist.
You're not about to talk, Byron. You're not about to talk. You don't bother talk. Yeah, see, I am correct. It's 4 parishes, not 3. So if anybody has 3 out of those 4, I am going to give them. All right. So guys, it's actually 4 parishes that it stretch across. So I am going to look for the first 3. And so it was only 1 that you missed out there.
Which is
all right. So first, St. Thomas.
St. Thomas. Okay.
Yeah. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. So it stretches across St. Andrew, Portland, St. Mary, and St. Thomas. So Ricardo had 3 out of the 4 because we asked for 3.
Yeah.
And Empress said St. Andrew and St. Thomas, Portland. But Ricardo was ahead of her. Tutorial said St. Mary, St. Andrew. You had 2. Taylor said St. Thomas, St. Mary, St. Andrew. Yes. And Dion says Portland, St. Thomas, St. Andrew. Yes. All right. So number 7 question is, where do you find the Allegheny Plains? Where do you find the Allegheny Plains? Empress is saying Ricky and looking. And Empress is saying, "Not true, me not call you Ricky and looking." And Ricardo is looking. And Ricardo is saying, "Yes, Empress," and laughing. And Sidon is saying, "My iritis and fingeritis is getting worse."
Sidon, Sidon says, "My iritis and fingeritis is getting worse."
And Tutorial says, "And the winner is Ricardo," and Celebrator says, "Sykes," and laughing. Ricardo, you want them jump over by, you know. And Empress was saying, yeah, she put the 4 parishes there. Ricardo said, "Get away, spirit."
You sound like Ricardo they run Empress.
And Ricardo is saying, "Empress, go about your ear at St. Mary." And Tutorial is laughing. And Empress is saying, "Ricky, it's 4 of them." And Empress is saying, "So where?" Right, and Ricardo put the 4 as well. And Ricardo said, "Make me add it to," and laughing. And Empress is saying, "Follow fashion." And Tutorial is saying, "But wait, how who no know the answer to the question you ask?"
No point for me.
Miss out one. Make sure nothing not pointing back at me. Ricardo said, "I be Empress and me get it." Ricardo said, "Because we pay attention in a school, sir."
Okay, all right.
And Blinger is saying, which and there. Oh, he's not here tonight, Blinger. He only drops in now and again these days, and he doesn't really participate anymore. He just drops in to say hi now and again. I think he was here on Sunday. Sorry. He dropped in on Sunday to say hi.
Blinger, what's up, Blinger?
And Empress is saying, "That no Sir Ricardo, me soon come cause." Hold on, let me see who
You say you want to set me up with the chat.
And Stacy and the D's is in the building. Thank you so much for coming, Stacy. Really appreciate it.
Big up yourself, Stacy.
To you. Thank you so much. And Tasha G is also here saying good night. Just passing
Tasha
through.
G, bless up yourself.
Just passing through with a thumbs up and much love. Good night, chats. Good night, Tasha.
Bless up yourself, Tasha G.
Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. And let me see, where is TC? I just saw her on the other device. So that's Tasha. Hold on.
Well, you try to run away from us, isn't it?
I tell you. Where is that? Oh, she's above here. Okay, and Stacy and the D's saying thumbs up done. Thank you so much, Stacy. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo.
Wow.
Okay, this is Kingston and St. Andrew. And then Sammy, then Empress, Taylor is no, Ricardo, St. Andrew. Wait, 9 o'clock, you write this thing off correct though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait guys, let me just double check that again.
Something, when they have certain recording history at a particular time.
It's St. Andrew.
Yeah.
St. Andrew. Sorry about that, Ricardo. I'm going to take that one back from you. It is St. Andrew. So Empress got that one.
So we take back this one from Ricky.
Mm-hmm. It's St. Andrew.
So Ricky would be on 4 instead, right?
Yeah, Ricky on 4.
Okay, so as a
Did you
result,
just mark that?
yeah, as a result of that, let me just highlight the score. 7 questions have been asked.
Yeah.
Empress on 3 and Ricardo on 4.
Okay, so I have to make sure I double check, because I know what Empress come for me.
Say Empress serious, Empress not playing. Remember I told you.
All right, so number 8 is which sea is Jamaica surrounded by? Which sea is Jamaica surrounded by? And the Taylors are pondering and wonder what's going on. And Ricardo is saying Kazwa. Right. And then Tasha, I did that. St. Andrew, yeah. And Empress is saying tutorial head big like effigy. And Mr. Gilbert is saying, man, them ads are long like movie. Thank you so much, Mr. Jerry.
Yeah.
I tell you, some of them really, really long.
I tell you, man, because we have seen ads going like more than half an hour.
I've had an ad that went over an hour.
Whoa. Why are they putting...
Hello, we need as much as we can get.
Okay.
No matter the length. And so then he's saying, good night, Tasha. And Samuel said, he's saying, yes, Gilmore, please watch the 8-minute series. And Tutorial said, Sai Empress, leave it, man. Okay, and Stacy and the design welcomed her already. Chat just made a huge jump again. And Ricardo is putting on his mask because I think I was coughing. Ricardo's mask for people. Earlier on in the chat, every time I cough, them say they must sanitize and put on their mask. And everybody who was coming in the chat had to have on their mask. If they never have on their mask, they couldn't enter. Oh my God. And Taylor is saying, guys, please remember to thumbs up the live stream. You got this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much
for
Taylor.
That reminder, Taylor. All right, let's see who first came in.
Honey, you has a blue jacket?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see who first came in with the card. They run out with the sanitizer or something like it. And Taylor's at Throat Monkey Ridge. All right. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. You don't need to mark that.
Exactly, because it is there.
So Caribbean Sea, then Tutorial, then Empress, then Sammy and Sally, then Mr. Gilmore. And Sidonie saying hi to Stacy. All right.
So at this point, we still can't call it because we have 8 questions shared between Empress and Ricardo. Empress on 3, Ricardo on 5.
Yeah, so the other 2 can create a upset.
Yeah.
Which era you in?
It is there, man.
Oh, which era you in? Look how long this a person is.
Yeah, but if you notice what it says here, right? It says in 19. This is
No, we're not going to put that. To just
so
say
who
who
represent. No. In this time, because he wasn't there in this time. In this time, he was there in this time. So you have to speak up. You have to hear.
Okay, next question number 9 is who represents the Queen in Jamaica? Who represents the Queen in Jamaica?
No, I understand what you're doing.
Who represents the Queen in Jamaica?
You just start giving any here to any specific.
Not going to complicate it. Yeah, make it a bit more simple because. And Miss Monica is saying hi to Stacy, and Ricardo is celebrating already. And Miss Monica is saying thanks, and Tutorial is saying Ricardo must win no man. And Stacy is saying hi to Miss
Ricardo
Monica.
looking good.
And Ricardo is like, what just happened? And Ricardo is looking very surprised, and the tailors are looking. And the Tutorial said, book Ricardo. No, sir. The tailors are saying, oh my God. And Miss Monica is saying, host, I'm leaving now. My eyes calling me. Okay, Miss Monica.
Yeah, we understand. Miss Monica, thank you for passing through. We really love that, right? And appreciate, just
have a wonderful
blessing
rest,
and
Miss
guidance.
Monica.
And have a wonderful weekend as well. All right, Miss Monica. Thank you so much for passing through.
And King Shane and the family TVs.
Bless yourself, King Shane.
Thank you so much for coming, Shane. Happy Friday to you. Or I'm not sure if you'd have not gone over into Saturday. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for coming. And he's saying, good evening, everyone. Blessings. And we passed that already. And Ricardo is saying, sanitizer. The tailors, Monkey Ridge. And Empress is zipping her mouth. She's not saying a word. Ricardo is still celebrating. Ricardo is now showing in a Monkey Ridge. And Tutorial is saying, take that back, Ricardo. And Tutorial is saying, Empress, no win for win. And Ricardo is saying, I go in now. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response for that. And first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo. It is done.
So there you have it as it relates to congratulations.
The person representing the Queen in Jamaica is the Governor General. And then we have Empress, Tutorial, Mr. Gilmore, and Sammy said he's saying me.
All right. So congratulations, Ricardo, for taking game 1. Right. Very good performance. We love that. So there goes the first $1,000 goes to Ricardo.
First credit.
All right.
Okay, and
So
Sammy said he's giving virtual hugs. And Ricardo is celebrating, and the tailor is saying Ricardo win. And Tutorial is saying let's go. And Empress is saying sleep well, Mommy Monica. And Ricardo is saying Byron need to pick the questions more often. Wow.
All right.
Wow.
See me go go do.
Wow, and I just ready to keep it to the curve with one set of questions that Byron put out.
You wanna get jealous already?
No, sir. I can feel the love.
Ironically.
And Sammy said he said like and more likes. Ricardo said well done, Ricky. quizzing himself, and Ricardo is putting his mask on, sweating. And tutorial say, I lie, we don't want Byron question him.
What? How is it so?
All right, so number 2 segment. Let's see if we're still going to have a lot of love for him. You know what? Let's do that segment for last. And
Oh, yeah, who's a jealous movie for the little love on me again? Leave me alone, man.
you write that one twice. We take it off of this might have to take the other one from up there.
Which one?
The first people. You have it down here, so again. All right. Question number 1 is, so the next round is supposed to be geography.
You're doing this as opposed to this?
Yeah, and then do that one
Yeah,
for
because
last.
this
Is going to
the
take a
fun.
little time. Yeah. So it's similar questions like what was asked in the first segment. So, all right. So the first question is, it's general knowledge still, because the way in which Byron put them out, all of it is general knowledge, just two segments of general knowledge. Let's put it that way. Because looking at it, I see nothing really geographical about it. Who is Jamaica's first national hero? Who is Jamaica's first national hero? And Ricardo is saying, we appreciate you, Han, for your hard work and giving me a hug. It's up here.
Oh,
Because I had to take out that one and to use that. Yeah. And Empress is saying, good night, everyone. I'm going, Empress. And Ricardo said, wait there and looking. And Ricardo said, King Bad Mind. And the Tony said, not do the segment. And Ricardo is saying, what's the next round? And Sidonie is saying, Ricardo, congratulations. Mr. Gilmore is saying, me want win.
What do you mean, Mr. Gilmore?
Ricardo is saying, can I play this round?
Yeah. You don't have no shortcomings on
Yes, you can play. You can play.
Yes, Ricardo, you can play this round.
Ricardo, okay. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. No, it's Ricardo. So first on the board, you think you want to let Ricardo continue in this round since it's the same questions?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So
this is not spellings.
Garby. So we're first on the board is Ricardo, then Taylor's family, then Sammy and Sadi, but no, not Alexander. And then we have Mia Leslie coming in with Marcus Garvey as well. Welcome, welcome, Mia. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Friday to you. Really appreciate you being here. Okay, and then Mr. Gilmore, no, that's incorrect. All right. Number 2 question is, which parish has no rivers in its territory? Which parish have no rivers in its territory? Remember, guys, we're not doing spelling, so
When we think of it, still in terms of the...
It's the same category, that's why I was asking you.
Because we have to give somebody a chance.
Mm-hmm.
So hold on. Let us get back to that because we want to make sure that persons, you understand myself, get a chance to So we go and revisit that, right, and explain to Ricardo where that is concerned. So just go and revisit that.
All right, we already gave him the go ahead, so
No, but for justice and balance it.
it's general knowledge. Just let's see what they do.
Yeah, but at the same time,
Okay.
you want to.
Okay, guys. So Byron was saying because it's the same category with general knowledge. Ricardo, I am sorry, but we're gonna ask you to just step back a bit so that others
persons.
can What we're gonna do, the next round you're gonna come back in because it is the same categories as if when we were doing spelling. So
we take on the spellings, and to be fair to others, right, who want an equal chance, right, I think it better to go to that route. So we are really apologize for that, Ricardo. So what would have been second place?
So it was the tailors who came in. So that point go to the tailors. He understands. He said he's gonna step.
Okay,
it's
so
fine. I can step.
So
out of
we'll be
round.
giving Taylor this round.
That question.
So Taylor will be Taylor. Will be getting this.
All right.
Taylor's family, right?
Yeah, Taylor's was the next one.
All right, Taylor. So you're one up with that situation. All right. Just to create some transparency there. So we do apologize for that. So that one goes to Taylor's family.
All right. So the parish I was asking. Okay. Let's see who first came in with. First on the board with the correct response is Sammy and Seti.
Sammy and Seti on the board.
Yes, and then we have Simon coming in with what am I doing? With Saint Anne as well. So the answer is Saint Anne, who doesn't have any rivers in its territory. So Simon, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate you being here, and happy Friday to you. So number 3 is, which is the longest river in Jamaica? Which is the longest river in Jamaica? So we have Simon there. Okay, thank you so much for coming, Simon. Again, really appreciate it.
Bless yourself, Simon.
Let me see where I was at. Okay. Okay, we went through there. And tutorial is saying laugh out loud to the amount of Marcus Taylor's tutorial is saying no. Tutorial said, how come Ricardo can play? I'm not run them game day. Ricardo said, oh, he come go up. And Taylors are looking. And tutorials looking, and the Taylors were pondering. And Ricardo was looking. And Ricardo says, I'm being tight-lipped, I'm not speaking. And then he said, it's fine, you can step out of this round. Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that, Ricardo. All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response.
culture mix shake.
Still making. Okay. All right. So first on the board with the correct response is I see Taylor's with Romina. The answer is Rio Mino. Then Sammy and Sedi with Rio Mino. Then Football Live Stream TV with Rio Mino. Welcome, Football Live Stream Live TV. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Then we have David.
Was it an error on
Grant.
Taylor's part?
I'm trying to see if they're corrected. I want to think it was an error.
Was an error.
What do I do?
Hmm?
It says Romina, not Rio Mino.
Yeah, but it seems to be an error.
I think the phone changed it.
Yeah.
So,
it's an error. So
Guys, the Taylors have Romino, but I think I know it's Rio Mino that they meant to put it. A lot of the time I put stuff on the phone, changes it.
yeah.
So I'm gonna give it to them, as we said in these rounds, as long as we're not doing spelling and looking
Spellings,
for the perfect spelling, then it's gonna be given.
Okay, so
So-
Taylor's on 2
Mhm.
and Sammy and Sedi on 1.
Yeah. So I know the phone.
Is it
Yeah, it's a
let's have
spelling
a spell
check.
check?
Yeah, Sammy and
Spell
Sedi
check.
said give it. Yeah.
Yeah, spell
It
check
was a
situation.
spelling error. Yeah, I realized.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you type things and then spell check changes.
Changes it. So
All right, so then next is Sammy and Sedi, then I said Football Live Stream, then David Grant. All right, so welcome back, David. Thank you so much for being here. All right, next question is number 3. No, number 4, sorry. Number 4 question is, who has the power to remove a prime minister from office?
All
Who
right.
have the power to remove a prime minister from office? Ricardo said, where the one king there whenever focusing on geo and sociology class. Yes. No, social studies class. Oh my God. Tutorial said, me I look Ricardo. Ricardo said, why you not answering? Tutorial said, you don't answer the question, but wasn't focusing geo social studies class.
Tutorial easy.
Oh my God, Ricardo is laughing, and the Taylors is saying yes, it was a spelling error, yeah, and Samuel said it, yes, so give it, yeah. And it happens to me too, yes. And Empress is saying, after weeks, may I wait for a question from Vince? Oh no, other persons get their choice. Okay, it's coming, Empress. As I said, Byron helped me out today because I was swamped with a lot of stuff to do. So he set the questions. And Empress said me upset. Somebody said,
Me feel like that she
somebody said, God, you want, when you're dashing on the bus too good, you put me on the whole train, so when the train done with me, nothing can find. Okay. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Somebody said the same God. Okay. First on the board with the correct response is Empress with Governor General.
Okay.
Samia Empress. Samia and Sedi. Then Samia and Sedi laughing. And then we have the Taylors, the executive. No. Then Mr. Gilmore, yes, Governor General. It's a full or it's still cycling?
Still
Turn it off.
Turn it off.
Make that batch and then turn it off after that batch. And David is saying you're turning it off in the middle of a batch. So you give Empress that one? Okay. All right. Number 5 question is, oh Jesus. In 2007, and I'm here at the question, people. In 2007, who was the captain of the Jamaica West Indies? Who was the captain of the West Indies cricket team? Who was the captain of the West Indies cricket team in 2007?
Well, you know, say anything when my wife tell me if I write, me have to write it.
You can't set me up there, so because they know some not give them a sort of question. They know my modus operandi.
Well, Jesus, they know your MO. They know your MO.
They know my modus operandi, so them know say.
And then you know that.
I know me that.
Try for that one. Want to go one blame over this and run, you know.
Tutorial say move Empress, go to your bed.
All right.
The Empress is saying, oh, Jesus. Tutorial king. Oh, I think she said kiss my body part, tutorial king. I said it laughing. David said impeachment. Empress said, Byron, me feel say you have fling out the question them from the video. Mr. Gilmore said, me want some law and procedure question. Ricardo said, David, you think I trope this? Turley said, I'm waiting for the unscramble because I'm okay with spellings. Okay.
Okay, tutorial. That's why we save it for last.
Here a little longer.
That's why we save it for last.
And Ricardo is laughing. And tutorial said, but Jesus, David.
All right.
All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. I hope you have the correct response.
Like, I take a honey, you understand, leave this for third.
No, sir. I don't see nobody with the answer yet. Oops, yes, there's somebody.
All right.
So, first on the board, let me make sure. Let me go over this one. Let me go over here. So, first on the board with the correct response of Ramnarish Sarwan is
Empress. All right.
Empress.
So there goes 5 question asked as it relates to game number 2. Taylor's family on number 2. Sammy and Sedi 1 and Empress 2. Tight competition in game number 2.
All right.
All
So
right.
number 6 question is, what is written on the Jamaica coat of arms?
All right.
What is written on the Jamaica
Let you see
coat
these brilliant
of
minds at
arms?
work. So far now going good, man. I'm telling you now going good.
If them are going good, Rhodes colors, all of them. Okay. Madam, people are not going to know so they exist. Taylor say, you know, so in here so hot.
Remember me tell you, Taylor.
Taylors are laughing, and then they say, no, so in here so hot. And Ricardo said, go to Empress. And Empress said, at least we
I want
get
to
a
tell you
point.
something. This fight is between Empress and Taylor, you know, the second rounds, yeah.
And Tiffany's asking who won the first round.
Okay,
Ricardo.
Tiffany, Ricardo. Well, Ricardo mostly win the first rounds then.
All right. We're going to go to the full rounds.
You know, so I should have done myself.
Okay, first on the board with the correct response is the Taylors. Out of
Wow.
21 people, then we have Empress, then
All right.
Sammy and Seti, then Tiffany, then Mr. Gilmore, then David, and the Taylors are dancing up a star.
So the war between Taylor and Empress now over. Wow.
Okay. All right. And number 7.
Yeah, you're correct. Number 7.
Number 7 is, what is the climate in Jamaica?
All right.
What is the climate in Jamaica?
Let us see these brilliant minds at work again.
People remember saying on me.
People remember saying, hand tell me to write them in.
And Empress is saying, laugh out loud. Why add to it? Laugh out loud. And Toril is saying, where is Tiffany coming? Where is Tiffany coming? And Toril is saying, why may I hear that in a why may I hear that in a speaker? Oh. And Tiffany said, my internet not working, tutorial, so I'm just here. Hush. And Tiffany saying, go Ricky, and Nightbot is just putting himself out there. And tutorial is saying, oh, Ricardo, send little credit. And Empress is saying, next.
All right.
Tiffany is saying, go Empress, make Taylor go sit down. And Ricardo is saying,
JJ, what's up?
don't call me name.
Ice cream?
And Mr. Gilmore is saying, man, if a last answer make you the winner, me winner.
Get it, well, get it. Where's the JJ?
Go get a cup and use the
Go get a
spoon
cup.
and take out some. Oh, the kitchen light off.
So, my mom, I'm going to
You need a cup just to put some ice in. All right.
Come here. Come. What are you
Let's
doing?
see who.
Here.
All right. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. So first on the board with the correct response is the Taylors, then Tiffany, then Mr. Jarrett, so you're in third place this time, then Empress. All right, so the Taylors, oh, that's another point. Some man said they say hot. the climate in Jamaica is hot. You are very right. Here, Byron. Some man said they said the climate in Jamaica is hot.
Yeah, I'm giving them.
They're laughing. So Taylor's got that point. I wrote it on already.
Oh,
so
you
don't need
okay
to-
with it already?
Mhm. All right. So number 8 is where you're at.
Okay, so in between time, just let me just establish the score for you guys. Taylor family on 4 points. Sammy and Sidi on 1. Empress on 2. So that's where we have it, guys. A total of 7.
Jaden, that should be enough. Close it.
Jaden, close up. All right, so there we have it. Here, Taylor's family looking good to win this. However, Empress still can stop her, depending on Empress come back in this.
All right. So, number 8 is, what type of flour is used in bami?
Wow.
What type of flour is used in bami?
I know we love the bami and the saltfish. Bami and we aki and we saltfish.
Oh, wait, I can't saltfish bami with?
Yes.
Yes, there you go.
Breadfruit too.
And tutorial is saying, warm to my speaker. And Tiffany saying, Empress, please focus. And tutorial is saying, all right, Taylor. And Ricardo is saying, what's the score? You gave the score. And Empress is saying, tutorial is saying, Empress, come go up. Also, Tiffany Bay. And sorry, the Taylors is throwing out monkey wrench there and looking.
Wow.
And Tiffany is saying, tutorial move from there. And Ricardo is saying, my ears. And Empress is saying, tutorial sis. Oh my goodness. Ricardo is saying, a what at? And Empress is saying, a Byron.
That not nice. No, Empress, that not nice.
Empress.
I know it's one night Anna poop on the talk about no. I think that Anna poop in her some the speaker. I don't mean. That not nice. Empress I get cross.
You're not gonna get for count again. Oh my god. What's the score? Ricardo said, what's the score? And tutorial is saying, but look how Empress are going on a joke we are on. And Ricardo laughing. And Empress said, let me stand up, cause. Ricardo said, cause. And tutorial is saying, me stop run joke here, man. And Empress is saying, you still can't run joke laughing. And Ricardo said, master.
So, all
and
right.
Tiffany said, Byron in shorts, yes.
I mean.
And Ricardo is saying, Byron, feeling my young boy now.
I mean.
And the Taylor is masking up. And Tiffany saying, come on, Empress. And Ricardo is saying, what is score? Me never hear.
Okay,
and
all
Ricardo
right.
is masking up.
So Taylor family on 4, Sammy and Sidi on 1, Empress on 2.
Oh my God. And tutorial is, tutorial losing face. Empress and Byron top call me name.
Can't have one call your name, Empress.
All right, let's see who first came in with that response. And first on the board with the correct response is David with cassava.
David.
So cassava flour is what is in bami, and Sammy and said it's in all-purpose, all-purpose flour. Sammy and said they say what? Tiffany said pound flour. Empress said cassava flour. Ricardo said what David said. Mr. Gilmore said self-rising flour. Sammy said it's a wheat flour. Oh my God.
Yeah, man, and the cassava, man, the cassava flour there.
Tiffany said white flour. Tiffany said no flour.
I don't know that. I'm going to the cassava, honey. No, sorry, no. Wait.
Yeah, and do some, put it through a process.
I think I'm put it through a drying process. I saw them do it?
I'm not sure. I never make a song for myself, but yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure it's available on
So-
YouTube for you to see.
Yeah.
All right, so that is 4, 5, 7, 8.
Still can't call it. Because two more. you go
4,
there.
5.
4,
7.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay.
So you're on the ninth one.
All right.
Still
So
can't call
number 9 is what is used to make Jamaican rum? What is used to make Jamaican rum? One sec, guys. I have to.
Yes, guys. So far, you know, you have the Taylor's family looking good on 4 points. Sammy and Sedi on 1 point. Empress on 2 points. David on 1 point. Still cannot call it because Empress can come with a router and stop Taylor's family in her tracks. While Taylor family looking extremely good, extremely well, prone to win game number 2, which seems to be that Taylor's family is going to take this away. Empress going to have the extra effort in terms of stopping the Taylor's family. Right? It is possible, but so far the Taylor's family looking really good in taking round number 2. And for persons who are just coming in, round number 1 did go to Ricardo taking the first game from us. Ricardo winning that game number 1 with 6 points, right? And 4 points to spare, right? Empress have 3 points, right, in round number 1. And yeah, Ricardo is the victor for that. Now, game number 2 shaping up. Seems like Taylor family is going to walk away with game number 2. Taylor family really looking good in terms of, you know, answering some of these questions, putting them to rest. Taylor's family really looking good.
Okay. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. What did I ask again? Oh. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is it is done. It is done.
Wow, it is done.
So the Taylors with sugarcane, then Empress, Tiffany kiss our teeth, David with sugarcane. The Taylors are looking, and Empress is scientific can't. Just make sure I don't miss anybody. Response.
So there you have it. The Taylor's family walk away with that second round, right? With 6 points, heading that, 4 points to spare. Empress, right? Second runner-up, 2 points. Sammy and Sedi and David taking 1 point each from that. So second round, Taylor's family, the victor for second round. Congratulations, Taylor. Walking away with $8,000 credit. There you go.
Okay, all right. So we're going into the third round now, which is unscrambling the words. So I am going to put the letters.
Right.
Give me the word.
Paper, this is where it is, because we saved the best for last. The scrambling words is really intriguing. You know, you have to put your organizational skills and so forth and think about them and then coming out with it. It's really wonderful. I think this round, the scramble words is, you understand, where the peak of entertainment is. So we are looking forward and to see who is going to take away the scrambling words for that. This is the portion that my wife put together right, to see who is going to be successful.
You're
With that
right.
as it relates to the
The spirit of fire.
All right.
All right.
So let us see the kickoff. What Byron top call me name? Me not top call any Empress.
All right, so I'm gonna put the first one in the chat, and you guys are gonna unscramble it.
Wow, food.
All right, so here is the first one. So unscramble that for me, guys.
Unscramble that. Let us see what is going on here.
Right, let me catch up with the chat. Cassava, okay, through that.
We're going to come with a segment, the scramble segment, you know, because I tell the scramble segment tough.
Ricardo said, what David said. So humorous and self-rising flour. And tutorial say, I'm here just watching, guys. And Sammy said the cassava is used, but enough flour laugh out loud. I know.
Cassava is used.
I don't know.
Flour.
I don't know. Sammy said wheat flour. Sammy said I can't manage.
Yes, Sammy answered it. Them have cassava flour, so that's all they have.
And Empress say here they, and Ricardo say here they again as we not talk about
to start again.
Jesus. David is laughing. Oh my God, you guys are something else.
Yeah, but so far they have done a great job. I really like it.
And Sammy and so they said no flour is used cause a cassava may not make it. Yeah, so I guess the cassava make the flour.
Yeah, because
the
drying process.
Flour.
I think the drying process is what they call the cassava flour. The drying process.
And Ricardo masking up, he put on 2 masks and then he put on 5.
Well, I want to come on some Ricardo.
And he's sweating in between. Tiffany said, me no like how Taylor family reached 4 points. And Ricardo said, tutorial, bro, answer the question now. Why you not use Google? And the Taylors are dancing and then pondering. And Empress is saying, David, you see you kiss my teeth. And Ricardo's throwing out a monkey wrench. And David is not speaking, he's only looking and laughing. And tutorial is saying, me good Ricardo, I'll wait. And oh my God, look on the amount of wrenches the tailors are throwing.
Taylor fling out so much wrench.
And Tiffany said, David, man, sure. And Ricardo pick up a monkey wrench and he pick up another monkey wrench. He said, David, come go up. Tiffany said, Empress, get these 2, please. Okay,
right.
And sugar cane. And the tailors are looking, and Empress is saying, Tiff, I can't. And Ricardo picking up another monkey wrench. And Ricardo's so good at tailors. And Empress is saying, I don't know what's wrong these days. And the tailors are saying, thanks. And you are welcome, tailors. Well played, and congratulations to all the winners so far, Ricardo and the tailors.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we have Taylor, Empress, we have Ricardo, right? Chuck. We have, a lot of persons who are strong participants. And, each week they come with their talent and their skills. And, you don't have a predicted winner because each person has the ability to win and take a game. So, when a game being won by, a particular person, it is no easy walkover. So we respect all talents.
All right. So first on the board to unscramble, the word is Empress, and the word is Captain. So the first word is Captain. Right, let me put the
All
second
right.
word in there.
So there go Empress on the board, and that is what I'm saying as it relates to person's abilities, right? The Empress, the Taylor family, the Ricardo, right? Chuck Taylor, right? You name it, Kai, right? All the persons, right? There's no easy walk over here, right? So when someone win, yeah, it's well done, right? Because each person has a talent
That's
to
the
take it
second
away.
word there, guys. Unscramble that word. Okay, and the Taylors have collected their medal and they're blowing out
Exactly.
kisses to all the crowds and all the fans out
Me say me
there.
and Ricardo go have big things, because Ricardo claims me have poop in his speaker, You understand? So me and Ricardo go have big things, right?
Oh, Jesus. Ricardo says silent night. That man said it's a good try, Empress on. And Ricardo said, Byron, shh, we used to you being silent.
You know, some improvement thing now, Ricardo. You know, defend my improvements. You understand? Talk about my little improvements, man.
And the Taylors are drinking up giving their celebratory drink. And Empress is saying, Byron look like him want a commentator work, may I tell you?
Remember me told you, Empress.
And the Taylors are drinking up their celebratory drink, look like
right.
a margarita and then thumbs up and they're dancing up a storm. What you mean?
Yeah.
And Tiffany said, how much round playing? Just 3, Tiffany, so we are on the
was 3 Tiffany.
one.
But I want to tell you something, you know.
Hours already.
To be honest, you understand? Taylor's family, them a joke, them come with them A game. And you understand, when you find it's a Taylor family, in the thing, you understand, it is no joke. You understand, you have to step up your thing, you know. You understand? And say, well, all right, them did it.
Tutorial.
Serious contender.
Tutorial is saying Taylor's win, and Empress is saying last round left Tiff, and Tiff is saying congrats to the Taylor's family, and Taylor's is saying thank you. And Tiffany is saying, okay, Empress, all right, let's see who first came in with the cart. And Truck Life is in the building.
Bless up yourself, my brother, Truck Life.
Truck Life, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you being here. Happy Friday to you.
Yeah, man. I'm wish you a real weekend that you enjoy some tranquility, right? Peace and safety, my brother. You don't know things set. You understand? And we always be thankful and appreciative of your presence. We really appreciate that. Trust me, I always support, loyal supporter, 110%. Remember me told you. Truck Life, big up yourself.
We can continue now.
Go ahead on it. Don't know you're going good.
I forgot go upstairs with some coins or something so we can buy it.
You know, so to come to think about it, you have to come up with some note.
And you're not dealing with change.
No, change.
Okay.
Let us see how the business.
All right, I'm gonna make sure we start walk with my $1, $2, then make sure we can buy it.
Jingles in pocket.
All right. First on the board with the correct word is Empress.
What?
Then Sammy and Sedi, Ricardo, Tiffany, Taylor's. Yeah, and that's the order.
So far, it seems like, at 2 questions being asked in round number 3, Empress seems to captivate both 2 questions, looking so good on round number 3, right? So it seems like Empress seems to be gearing up to take round number 3 for herself. But
all right, so that's
let us wait and
3.
see, as it relates to the finishing line and see what is happening there. Can outrule Empress, because say Empress strong. You understand my deal with? And can definitely pull off a victory. You understand? We know that Empress have that ability. All right, go ahead, honey. I'm not see no kind over here, so.
So I'm going to take you
I'm not see no note.
I'm going to broadside.
No, I'm not see no kind, I'm not see no note. You don't pay for it talk. You don't pay for it talk. We shouldn't even talk because you're not paying for it talk yet.
Me say, all right, me now while you. And Taylor is saying, thank you, Tiff. And Empress is saying, me have to go lose some of my belly.
Well, so far, Empress, you are going now. 2 points up in a round number 3. You're looking good.
And the Taylors are dancing, and Tiffany saying, you hear the one Byron about it done. And some man said he's giving virtual hug. And Empress is saying, Byron, me have to call a mother woman for accompany me a week.
I tell you, all right. Tiffany, big up yourself, you know, we love you, you know.
And Tiffany is laughing at Empress comment. And Ricardo is saying, and one thing with Taylors, them I go with me. I tell you. And Empress
yeah,
is
Taylor,
saying,
no doubt about it, you know. Taylor is a very strong contender. You understand? Taylor watching luck. So when you see Taylor in a race, you understand? When you come in at the race there, it is no joke. You understand? Because from Taylor, you know, it's a non-joke thing. You understand me? I say, you have to make sure say that all the eyes and cross are the T when you have a Taylor that run up on you, or an Empress that run up on you, or a Ricardo that run up on you. You understand? These people are no joke. They have them A game. So when you have a Taylor, you have a Ricardo, you have an Empress, you understand? Then game is on. It's no joke. So yeah. So again, just let me just give the highlights on the games that have already won. So for game number 1, that goes to Ricardo, having 6 points, right? And Empress 3 points in that. So Ricardo won that game with 4 points to spare. All right, game number 2. All right, Taylor family, as we speaking about the Taylors, on 5 points, Sabian said he 1, Empress 2, and David 1, right? Taylor's family just walk right through the middle with that and take that victory on 5 points. Wonderful performance coming from the Taylor's family. All right, game number 3, as it stands right now, Empress seems to be the only person speaking right here. On game number 3, Empress up with 2 points. Let us see if Empress, you understand, can maintain her dominance, you understand, as it relates to round number 3. So far, she's looking good, right? And we know that.
thank you. Be quiet.
Dear you have it, guys. All right.
A duct tape, me don't look for me, couldn't find the duct tape.
But you go now. Moms have to pay my money for me silent, you know. I don't see no money and come here and see duct tape. You understand me? I say, you're supposed to pay me for me silent.
The money you want. Wait, man, sure. And Empress
All
Byron,
right.
you see you. We said that's how if you shut him up, man. We said duct tape, we should have found, but we couldn't find a duct tape. Look like she
No, Empress, now yourself, you know, say you build a campaign, so you don't know the situation set, but you know, you understand. I mean, if Taylor come in and a beat you still, we can't go ahead. You have to defend yourself.
First on the board with the correct word is Empress Battery.
What?
Then we have tutorial saying not sure, and Taylor's battery tutorial, then battery Ricardo. Someone said it.
What's that? Empress again?
Jesus.
Hey. No. No mash me up, man. No mash me up.
Byron.
Boys.
Byron.
Hello.
The torrential wind and rain.
Where's the man fall tsunami?
Mr. Guys, a piece of torrential wind and rain just hit me over.
All right. So Empress, tell us again.
Mm-hmm.
All right. There you go. There you have it. Empress, you understand, making improvements in round number 3. Empress step up 3 sparks. Right? So Empress on 3, looking around, looking behind, looking side. There is no one in view. Right? Empress alone around on the track. All right.
Jimmy said, I'm going to turn your mouth behind you and shut behind you tonight. Yeah.
Oh, yes, the next one.
That's not the next one.
Okay. I mean, we're having fun, right? In terms of the scrambling game.
All right.
I'm getting. All right, so the next word is out there.
All right, so that is word number 4. Everybody a pop up.
Me don't know how she come just cuff me mouth and she not come with no money. She have to pay me for silence. You know?
It's all right. It's all right, Byron. And the tailors are saying, thank you, Byron. And Samuel said that was a good fast time for me. Yeah, thanks to my fast fingers.
All right.
And Tiffany said, next week you play the game first, then discussion after, then we'll laugh.
All right. Yeah, somebody can change it up a bit, of course.
And Samuel said it is celebrating. And Ricardo said, me not playing at this. And Ricardo said, Tiffany and laughing. And the tailor is saying, why Ricardo? And Ricardo said, my internet start act up. Oh, you've parked the spaceship too far this week. Me tell him I don't have to be close.
Now the Wi-Fi
tools.
tools.
Laughing. And okay, that was the first one.
And Gilly laughing away. All right, Daddy Gilly.
And Ricardo is saying, I went truck life there. And Empress is saying, truck life wrap up for Valentine's.
Yeah.
And truck life thumbs up.
All right, my boss.
Thank you for stepping through again, truck life. Really appreciate it. And Ricardo is saying, big up Brian, showing him more strength, balance. And truck life is saying, mystic sensation,
respect and blessing every time.
Okay.
Yeah, man, love the truck life. You don't know the thing set.
And truck life is saying, Empress, call me name and draw me out. And truck life is saying, Ricardo, and showing more
100%.
And then greetings going on there from Truck Life, Empress, Taylor's family. And Empress is saying, teammate, welcome.
Yeah.
And he's saying hello to Tutorial. And he's also blessing up Sammy and Sedi. Just gonna jump over those quickly. And Empress is saying, Byron, may I fight you out? And Taylor's blessing up Truck Life. And Tutorial is saying, Truck Life. And Sammy said he's blessing up back Truck Life. Truck Life is saying Mr. Bart and showing some reverence there.
Right.
And Tutorial is saying my phone is dying, guys. So if you see me gone, it's because of that. Okay.
All right. You understand that, Tutorial. No blessing, my brother.
Oh, it's down. It just jumped. That's why. And Truck Life is saying hello to Tiffany and more greetings, dear Tiffany, to Truck Life. And Empress is showing Byron some strength.
Oh, you mean Empress? Show me Empress.
Thank you guys so much. I've been here for a while now. Okay, no problem, Truck Life. Thank you so much. We realized that you've been there when Ricky called and then you just appeared. Sorry. Thank you so much for that. And Truck Life is saying Mr. Byron showing some reverence. And
more blessed Truck Life.
Making go about him not deal with change. Give him the jingles them and me I tell you,
no,
when they chop change about me, I mean if you deal with it, but when enough, I him to take it, I him to take the lead.
Empress, you know say she have to come with the notes. No jingles around here.
And Truck Life is saying big up Green Nation. He spoke some really good things earlier.
Yeah, and say as I talk about Green Nation, trust me, I really endorse his contribution.
That's what
Trust
we
me,
just said.
and it's good when you have persons who are passionate about the whole thing. Because we are Jamaican, and you understand when I say we contribute to the process. You understand identifying. You understand the things that need to be identified, and I like them. You
Okay.
understand?
And Empress is saying Byron not always give me bad luck in our show.
No, but most of the time, when we talk about Empress and different Empress win. Look on this now. Empress can 3 up. My goodness.
Tiffany said broadside him, yes, and I'm laughing.
Tiffany, I can't believe you're not defending me. No, and you're going on. I can't believe Tiffany.
Let me see who first came in with the okay. Oh, barking up Empress Ali. First on the board with the correct word is Empress, gratitude. Then Truck Life, Tiffany Taylor's. Okay.
There you go.
Them.
Empress in control.
Empress and gratitude is a must. And then we have Ricardo.
There is not, but to be honest, honey, there's not a game which part we can say, well, all right, we are ruled out Empress. Empress have the ability to, you understand, create any upset.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? That is no joke. That is Empress capacity. You understand, in creating any upset. You see me I deal with. So we have never left, and there's no surprise in terms of Empress performance in game number 3. Right? No surprise there.
All right. Number 5 is up. Number 5 word to unscramble is up.
Yeah.
Backside, make it look like you're dancing.
Huh?
I'm sure I read through the chat before. And Chocolate said, Empress, I'm glad to see you doing good now because they were doing you bad earlier. And Empress is saying, laugh out loud, don't give me no coin. Him saying no one, no Jesus. I tell you. Empress is saying, laugh out loud. So Chocolate, if you're there, I watch long time and you never cheer me on for win. Oh my God. And Empress said, Taylor's them need for go join any of your contenders.
Well, so far as it relates to number 3, game number 3, Empress showing all the signs to take away game number 3. Having 4 questions shoot on the board and Empress hit away all 4 questions. Seems like this is Empress game.
All right.
You should have paid me before you're talking.
Chocolate said, Empress, of course, I was cheering you on in the background. And Ricardo is laughing. The Taylor is looking surprised. And Tiffany is laughing. And Ricardo is saying, Byron, we're using
to the silent
we
me now silent again. Remember me tell you. And now silent again.
And Empress said, if me did see you in the chat, Truck Life, I'd maybe win. Truck Life. Ricardo said, maybe doesn't count. And Tiffany said, what was the first round, Ricky? Spellings?
No.
It was current affairs.
General knowledge.
And Empress is saying, laugh out loud, oh my God, Ricky Byron attack, finna drop asleep, but we.
Oh, you know, so Empress, at that video actually, at that one.
And Chuck Life is saying, Ricardo found a remedy for the silent nights. And Ricardo is saying, Byron, we don't need no commentating.
You don't have to keep the thing live in a Ricky.
And Empress said, no tiff. And Empress said some Jamaican questions. So she was answering Tiffany. And Truck Life is laughing. And when we tape up your mouth, Ricardo saying caps lock.
Thank God.
And Truck Life is laughing.
No, you see it?
Terrence said laugh out loud, Byron get tape.
You saw to take up in Nana. You understand? I don't want to see me get tape.
But I have to try silence you, man. And Taylor's laughing. Ricardo said murder. Ricardo said, whoa, you.
You don't want to see me get tape.
I may have have the gorilla glue and some crazy glue up there, but I'm
Serious
in
stuff on you?
trouble.
What?
I'm in trouble if you want more back.
No. If you know Tiffany and me move against me, wicked enough.
Tiffany says we need to glue and in the hot seat. She walk like Taylor from left
Yeah, then.
to right. That's why them reach over here.
Oh my God. Tiffany, we can't do me so.
No, it doesn't say Misha said we need to get glued in the seat to come and walk too much.
Oh.
And Empress said, and you really go for the coin a week out here. No, sorry. I go pay him.
She have to pay me for top talk,
Ricardo
Empress.
said, we love that. Tiffany's laughing. Ricardo said, do it again, let me screenshot it.
You hear it now?
And Empress
One
said,
record I set on, you know.
Ricardo said, oh, Empress said, oh, don't tape him on the chairs.
You're not going to take my picture, Empress. Remember
Tutorial
me
said, stop calling me name, man. Tiffany said, and I said, why do I get stuck with Byron?
What do you mean?
Taylor's laughing. And Empress is saying, Byron, that's why me and Ricky are going to forever rub you out the stairs.
No, just imagine. Boy,
Out of the
oh,
stairs.
Empress, I deal with me there.
All right, let me see who first came in with the correct.
Empress, I deal with me trunk. Empress, I deal with me trunk.
All right, so first on the board with the correct unscramble is Simon Seti.
Right.
Distract. Then Truck Life, Tiffany, Empress, Ricardo. Ricardo said, "That is spell check."
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Where is
Right,
it?
let's put the sixth one in.
But someone said you have the 1 and 2 punch too, you know.
Let me put it in, because you can't help yourself.
Remember me
Put it in
told
the
you.
meanwhile.
All of
Okay.
our
Alright, so
all of our
number
participants. All of our participants are strong contenders. I mean, love that.
All right, so number 6 word for unscrambling is there. Okay, make sure all the elements are there. Okay. And Ricardo is saying, talk your Baron.
What do you mean?
Can't stop.
Can't stop me.
laughing."
Remember me told you, Ricky.
Ricardo said,
Ricky, me like that, Ricky.
Stairs.
I see if you take
We're
off
going to
that.
rub you off the stairs, Byron. And Sammy had said he's giving for it.
No, no, listen to Empress, you know.
And Tiffany saying, oh, so that's why tutorial can't win because it wasn't spelling Byron poo.
No.
And Ricardo said, Byron, stop popping. And Chuck Life is saying, go Empress, you got this. And Ricardo is saying, go Empress. And that was the other word that I gave to spell. And Empress is saying gratitude is a must, and Sammy said is saying I'll just sit back and enjoy the ride. And Chocolate is saying watch the teammates on top. Oops. And Taylors are dancing. And okay. And Empress is saying my time for shine, Sam. Some phone empty too long. Gosh. And someone said he's saying, smile, you go Empress, you deserve it. Go Empress, Tiffany's saying, vibes is saying,
Sammy, like Empress, I go walk with the one.
And Empress is
joke
saying,
about it.
Whoops. Someone said it's dancing, they're smiling. Empress is saying, Tiff, you're not trying. Tiff said, tutorial, you only gone because you don't win anything a bit. Long time you should have go up laughing. And Taylor is saying, come true, Empress. And Ricardo is wearing his mask. And Tiffany is saying, remember my internet just loading. Just go win the game, Empress. And Empress is saying, one thing Ricky Mask always active.
But, you know, we like the sportsmanship being showed, you know, as it relates to Taylor's family. You understand? Good sportsmanship. Really appreciate that. Really love it.
Okay. Oh my God. I'm all putting letters that's not there. So first on the board with the correct word is Empress, expand.
Wow.
Then Truck Life, then Tiffany. Right? So expand is the correct word. Let's even say appendix.
It's difficult for this row for anyone to really stop impress at this stage at the time.
All right, let me
Right.
put in the
We're
number 7 in the meanwhile.
as it relates to Empress win so far. Empress. And let me just establish the score, guys. 6 questions been asked. Empress on 5. Sammy and Sedi on 1. I don't see where anyone really defeating Empress where this is concerned. Definitely
this. There, so add it.
This seems to be. This looks like an Empress win.
All right, so that is the next word to unscramble. All right. And Ricardo is saying, Truck Life, did you sanitize before entering the chat? Ricardo saying, sanitizer. Tutorial is saying, stop calling me name, I'm not still there. Empress said, it's Christmas jingle, jingle bell, jingle. Not laughing. And so then he's saying, good night, Truck Life. And Ricardo is saying, who call your name, sir? Thank you so much for still being here, Tiffany. Really appreciate it. And Truck Life is saying, rest Ricky and I have on my mask.
All right.
And Ricardo is saying, our bro showing strength. Okay, Truck Life is saying he has on his mask. And Truck Life is saying, Sydney and showing some reverence there. And Ricardo is saying, tutorial, draw the mask over your nose.
You tell him.
And Tiffany is saying, so look how long you said battery dead. Why you still here?
Tiffany not easy, man.
And Tiffany said, come true, Empress.
Boy, I love Tiffany so much.
And tutorial said, it the 12th Tiffany. And Tiffany said, me
Good,
God.
I think you would say
It's a big God. I think you would say one tutorial.
Yeah.
Distract. Oops. Goodness. When the chat go for jump, I tell us that it can't really jump.
So you have to control it because if you don't control it, gone out of hand.
Just like a big leap.
So it's difficult to keep up with it, you know.
Ricardo said, that is spell check. And Ricardo said, we will just watch. Yeah, man.
So you
Empress.
the next question?
It's there.
Okay.
And Empress is saying, Byron, how you love money so yeah, macadam.
My mama tell here you know yeah, make some macadam. Yeah, me not want macadam look on the channel and see this.
And tutorial is saying good night. Good night, tutorial. Off to bed now. Okay, rest well.
Bless myself, tutorial, and have a wonderful weekend, you know.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. We really appreciate it, tutorial King. Bless yourself, my brother.
And Tiffany is saying bye, King, blessings. And Taylors are looking, and Ricardo is saying bye, tutorial. Truck Life is saying tutorial. And tutorial is saying Ricardo. Ricardo is saying no, son, not the gorilla glue. And Taylors is saying good night, tutorial, and looking. And tutorial is saying big up Truck Life and Taylors. Yes, it's there. Let's quickly rush through there. So, and Ricardo is saying, yes, he well strong, me I tell you. What on a lala tonight? And Empress is saying, Byron, but don't one candle, Ricardo put out 2.
You see it.
And Ricardo said, Empress, you see 2P? You see 2P there because you put appendix where you have expand.
Oh.
And let's go down. Okay, so someone said it's saying laugh out loud expand. And Empress is saying, laugh out loud, Ricky threw me excited. And Ricky saying, I want name Pandex.
Pandex.
Okay, Tiffany is saying, I have no idea, Ricky. Ricky is laughing. And Empress said, Spandex draws Ricky.
My God. Empress so easy.
I should make sure she put up a picture just in case him still not get it.
Exactly.
And Empress is said, truck life. And Ricardo said, talk your talk. Empress laughing. Lord of mercy, truck life said, Empress, you got this. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct word. First on the board with the correct word is Empress.
Okay. So then, if we have Empress there,
There's a possibility.
with it, no, there's no possibility again there. Empress win, right? Because Empress on 6 points.
Yeah, and
This
they have
person
one is 7. Okay.
Yeah. So congratulations, Empress, to take away round number 3, and we have the winner for game number 3, which is Empress.
Empress.
All right. Well deserved win, well deserved performance from Empress. Right. There's no surprise there. All right, because you know that Empress always carry her A game as well. So it is what it is.
And
Right.
Taylor's is saying, Empress, you deserve it.
Yeah.
And Empress is saying, thank you so much, teammate. Truck Life is saying, when last you win a credit here, Empress? And Ricardo is saying, one with Tiffany, she a go cheer with one thing
So
with
cheery
Tiffany,
on.
she a go cheery on, you know.
Yeah.
Yep. And Empress is saying, couldn't tell truck. Okay, and that's the word I
All
gave.
right. So for the games tonight, 3 games. Ricardo walking away with the first game, and by winning 6 points, 4 to spare. Game number 2, Taylor's family take that 5 points, 5 to spare, and Empress 6 points, 4 to spare. All right, good performance from all 3 participants. Well done, right? And we are tuning in for next week, another exciting game, right? With all these participants will be performing next week again, and we'll be looking for our next, fantastic and amazing game. We really love it. Each week they come with their A games, and we really love it and endorse it. Right, we are so thankful, right, for their touch on the Mystic Sensation game. So take it away, honey. All right. You still have not paid me.
It's like blue book you watch.
You still have not paid me. Right? So you have to pay me.
So work your word for the pay?
No, you don't have to pay me for that, man.
Okay.
You can't stop me talking and pay me.
Ricardo said, go on through Empress one more and you get it. And Chuck, make sure me have change for next week. And Chuck Life is saying, you deserve this one, Empress. It was long awaited. Yes. And Tiffany is saying, come get this one, Empress, or anyone, because if you do, it's a monkey wrench and she still win. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And Ricardo is celebrating with Empress. Tiffany said, congrats, Empress, congrats. And the Taylor saying, congratulations, Empress. And Sammy is giving virtual hugs, saying good vibes. And Empress is saying thank you and send it to the 546. Okay, all right,
Okay.
we'll do that.
And again, we just want to ending to say that we're thankful for all the performance, right? Good sportsmanship being offered, right? And it's really a pleasure, right? Always coming with the game on Friday. Right, we are going to, as time goes by, we are going to enhance this game. All right, and of course, it's going to be more significant. And as we are contemplating right now that, you know, Mystic Byron
Mr. Big
will
up
not
Gorilla Glory.
finish, finish the
No,
conversation.
seriously, man. Big up
All right.
Gorilla Glory.
Yeah.
Super, the one
All
is
right.
there.
Take it over on it. I don't know, some
I
love
really
checking
have
out.
pushed my button tonight. Ricardo says TMI. I mean, I don't know what that means. And the Taylors is saying, well played match, guys. I really enjoyed it. Yes,
Really
it was a
enjoyed
well
it,
played
honestly.
match. And Tiffany saying, glad semi old squad is them come out victorious. Somebody should kick out Taylor.
Yeah, we love it.
Congratulations, Taylor. Tiffany, you know, easy. And Ricardo said, me love them tutorial. Me love when tutorial no winning up. And Sudani said, good night tutorial. And Tiffany said, Ricardo, me love when me don't win no more spellings for the rest of my first month. I can't win, so grant me that wish I beg, or at least tutorial won't win. And the Empress is saying, I enjoyed it, at least me win something, yes. And Ricardo is saying, right, that's so tiff. And Chocolate is saying, congrats, Rasta girl. And celebrating. And the Taylor is saying, Tiffany, it's really hard to kick out Taylor's teeth because we was born as winners and the winner will always fight to the end. Right there, so Taylor's. Right there, so. And Tiffany saying, tutorial, more rest for you, my darling. And Samuel said he's giving virtual hug. And Empress is saying, congratulations, everyone. Everybody is a winner, yes. And Ricardo is saying, I went bad man, Jab Fett fall asleep, man. And Empress said, Jab Fett a focus on France. And Samuel said he's saying, congrats to all the winners. And Sidonie saying, congratulations to Empress. And Empress is saying, thank you all. And Ricardo is saying, mask on people. And Tiffany is saying, Byron couldn't make and catch up with the chatting, want to get up, leave and glue him down. I've been going because if you don't go, I'm going to intersect again with him talking, or interject, sorry, with him talking, and then you can't go finish. And Ricardo said, duct tape, may I tell you. And Ricardo said, talk your talk, yeah, Byron. And Empress is saying, sanitize. And Tiffany is saying, all and looking at Byron still him still a chat like and face says shut up, but he's fully energetic. And Empress said Byron drink up him Baba root stiff. Hear him a talk for him part cause him want get up and go. Yes. And some man said he said blessing guys, no fluff, him never eat yet, so I guess him gone get something to eat. I hear him moving around in the kitchen. And Ricardo is saying, talk your talk, Byron, they can't stop you. And some man said he's saying, big up everyone in the chat. And Empress is saying, Byron, go look at work at Barry G. Oh my God, the Taylor is laughing and Sidonie is laughing. And Tiffany is saying, see him get up there, Byron, come back. Don't stand that, Byron. Him gonna look food. And Ricardo said, still up pooping at the speaker. Oh my God, Chuck Life, you're in it too. I'm laughing, Rasta girl, yes. And Ricardo is saying, him not even wait till we pronounce the benediction, Tiffany, may I tell you. Gone like Sammy Kite. But say Byron, make a little my brethren. Okay, guys. So thank you so much again, guys, for being here. Really appreciate the continued support. And I pray everyone have a blessed and wonderful weekend. And tomorrow, I'm not sure if Kai is gonna go live because remember she has had a death in her family, and I guess that's why she's not here tonight. So we continue to send out prayers to her. But if she's going, you guys can check to see if she does come on. And it is going to be 8:30 Florida time. And I think it's the same time as in Jamaica. The Taylors are also going live tomorrow as well. They go at the same time around 8:30 because it's 6:30 my time here. It's 8 or 8:30. The tailors are going on. They can also put the time in the chat, and also Tara goes live on Sunday as well at 8 p.m. So guys can go over and support the lives, and Empress goes live at random. So just have to look out to see when Empress is gonna be live, and give her support as well. And I hope she gets her main channel back soon, because I know it's not easy for her right now, working so hard and I've gotten so far, and then her channel is on hold right now. So I hope that everything works out soon. And also, Tiffany, thank you so much for being here, each and everyone. Thank you so much, guys. And Sydney, I think I figure out Sydney's live now. I think Sydney's live on Sunday morning. One morning I caught it just before I left work, and I was so happy because I've not really been able to support Sydney's live because I didn't know exactly when she went live. So, and Sunday I could not join that one gone because I woke up a bit late and I was like, oh man, I missed it. So, yes, guys, thank you again so much for being here. And Ricardo is like, well, good night, everyone. I'm off to bed. Have an amazing weekend and a great night's rest. Same to you, Ricardo. And Sydney saying, congratulations, Taylors. Yes, congratulations, Taylor, Ricardo, and Empress. And Tiffany saying, may I tell you, Ricky, you need to start closing in prayer. Yes. And Truck Life is showing reverence there. And Empress is saying, have an amazing weekend, everyone. And Truck Life is saying, respect and blessings to all. Yes. And Empress is saying, Tiff, connect to this channel, please. Yes, guys, connect to Empress's second channel, because that's the one she has that is active right now. So if you guys don't mind just going over and supporting her by subscribing and watching the videos. And Tiffany is saying, okay, Empress. And Tiff saying, bye, guys, good night. And Chuck Life is saying, stay up, Empress. And Empress is saying, thank you so much, Mystic. You are very welcome, Empress, anytime. And Shock Life is saying, good night, all. Good night, Shock Life. And Empress is saying, well, you said Shock Life, stay up. Me not for sleep and laughing. Shock Life is saying, Empress, laugh out loud, stay strong. And Empress is saying, dead with laugh. I love you all so much. Say likewise, Empress, love you as well. And everybody that's here. And Chuck Life is saying, Empress, go up, go tell Chris to stay up. And Empress is saying, laugh out loud, me I gonna make little coffee and watch my series Dark Desire. Oh, okay, guys. Thank you so much again, and you all rest well and have a wonderful weekend and a blessed and productive week. And may the grace of God be with each and every one of you, and stay safe out there and walk good. And Empress said, I heard you on Sasha Live the other night. You're too bad. And Chuck Life is saying blessings. Okay, guys, good night. Take care.